And then followed by Sussex Sharks showing side, led by captain number 14, Kiara Green.
Well, good morning and welcome to the first Central County ground here at Hove for this Metro Bank Women's One Day Cup match between the Sussex Sharks and Middlesex. I'm Andrew Rayburn in the commentary box. It's 10:30 start, so I hope all of you have been rising early for this one. And we've got a fantastic match prospect. I can tell you that Middlesex won the toss and will bat. So Sussex in their fuchsia pink are out there in the middle with the Middlesex batters coming to the crease now. Joining me in the commentary box for this one, Toby Reynolds. Good morning to you, Toby.
Morning, Andrew. Excited to be here, back for another good game of cricket here between table toppers Middlesex, unbeaten in the competition, pretty much unbeaten all season, and Sussex, who are still on the hunt for a semi-final spot in the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
Yes, I'll give you an outline of the qualification process in a moment and what Sussex need to do, or more to the point, what other teams need to do on their behalf. But just to run through the teams, first of all, for Sussex, they are Izzy Collis, Phoebe Wilkinson, Daisy Mullen, Nancy Harmon, Kiara Green, the captain, Rachel King, who is wicket-keeper, Ava Lee, Talitha Stanley, Indigo Gentry, Anna Buckle and Anna Lewis. They are missing a few players, which I'll come on to in a moment as we watch this first ball and the first run of the day, with Downer and Routledge opening up for Middlesex and Anna Buckle bowling the first ball. So Molly Adams, Lottie Curling and Eve O'Neill are all absentees. They are taking part in the Super Fours event in Loughborough, which is a competition that brings together the best academy players from around the country. So they are absent for this one.
Yeah, first games of that today, I think, so should be starting pretty soon up in Loughborough.
Watchful in defence, Routledge for her first ball. Middlesex, 8 changes actually from their last outing. It's easier just to mention first of all the 3 who remain, which is of course the captain, the brilliant captain Saskia Hawley, Artemis Downer, the opener, and Hannah Davis. So their full team: Izzy Routledge, Artemis Downer, Mia Rogers, Saskia Hawley, Reva Pindoria, Olivia Kibler. As that one squeezes through, and that will find the boundary. So 4 runs for Routledge. Olivia Kibler, the wicket-keeper, Sonali Patel, Anaya Patel, Hannah Davis, Lauren Turner and Layla Judge as the Middlesex team. The umpires are Julia Jarvis and Reema Chandaria.
Yeah, good start here for Middlesex. Boundary and a few runs in the first couple balls.
Ooh, it's beaten the edge. Hannah Buckle bowling from the C end of the ground.
Yeah, just getting a little bit of away movement there, Buckle, challenging the outside edge. Fighting back after Routledge managed to slash that last one through the offside for 4. Had a pretty good season as Buckle. Picked up a 5 a few weeks ago against Worcestershire. 4 against Gloucestershire in the competition as well.
Fuller one, dug out, but a no ball is the call from the umpire, so overstepping. Oh, by a long way as well, I think there. Didn't quite see it slowed down enough, but looked like a fair overstep there. So a free hit to add to the tally so far. Let's see what Routledge can do with this one. Not a lot.
Yeah, dug in well there by Buckle. Just she's got protection out behind square on either side of the wicket. Just the two fielders outside the ring inside the power play. So that's a third man and fine leg at this stage. So yeah, I think not a terrible option to look to go short into the pitch there.
Mid off, mid on, mid wicket. 3 catching on the offside as well, and a slip in place. There's a sort of triangle of 3 fielders in the sort of point extra cover region. Yeah. Fine. So yes, Middlesex, the dominant team in this League 2, which of the One Day Cups, the second tier, if you like, of the competition. They've won all their matches. They are the preeminent side. 7 wins from their 7 matches, and of course found great success in the T20 Blast League 2 as well, beating Northampton in the final, 10 wickets, and they've been spectacular throughout, it's fair to say. So Sussex have a task on their hands, but one I'm sure that Kiara Green and her side will be up for, as we see Gentry coming on to bowl.
Full first up there and just driven out into the covers. That's Izzy Collis doing the fielding there and in extra cover, and possibly, yeah, another no ball there for Sussex. Gentry this time overstepping. Signalled by the umpire, and another free hit here for Middlesex.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is give this Middlesex batting lineup free hits, although the first one, of course, didn't cost Sussex anything.
Oh, looks to try and hoik that one into the leg side, but can't connect. Can Downer.
So actually, that's they've got away with that. Really, those 2 free hits didn't cost anything other than the run for the no ball. So they'll be pretty pleased with that.
Wider this time, full toss, and just toes that one out to point there. Talitha Stanley there doing the fielding. I'm just sort of drifting away from the batter, looking to try and find the gap, but ended up almost probably being a wide. I wouldn't have been surprised if Downer had managed to leave it. It might have been called, but just sort of jabbed the toe on it in the end.
Yeah, you don't think like that in the moment, do you, as batters? You always want to get something on it. If it's wide or on the pads, they want to get it away.
Full down the leg side this time, will race away to the boundary. Doesn't get anything on that. Oh, it does, yeah, little tickle on that in the end there from Downer to bring up her first boundary of the day. A little bit wild so far we've seen from Gentry.
Yeah, just helped it on its way down towards fine leg. Second boundary of the morning. So top 4 go through to the League 2 finals.
Again down the leg side, but wide signal this time, unable to get anything on it is Downer.
It's fair to say Middlesex will be one of those 4, as indeed will Northamptonshire and Glamorgan, who are flying as well. In fact, Northamptonshire and Glamorgan, their only defeats have come against Middlesex, so they've won 6 out of 7. But it's Yorkshire and Worcestershire that Sussex can still overhaul to sneak into 4th, so I'll tell you more about that in a moment.
Full and looks to whip that into the leg side there, does Downer.
So Sussex 3 wins, 4 defeats in their 7 matches, 13 points. It's 4 points for a win. There is a bonus point system, but that won't matter really when it comes down to qualification. Sussex need to win the final 2 matches, so they need to beat Middlesex, become the first team to do so. And then they'll need to win away at Derbyshire as well next Saturday. If they do that, they'll have to look at Yorkshire and Worcestershire. And actually, the fixtures are possibly quite kind.
Oh, full. Peel there from Gentry.
Yeah, she was the only one though. And it was slightly an afterthought. She sort of decided that she wanted to go for it, but nobody else seemed that interested.
It was very full, but swinging in a long way and
Yeah.
probably just sliding with that in swing. Full again, another full toss, and it's going to be a quick single here. Would have been tight for a run out, but a home safe and rotating the strike nicely there to end the second over. 13 without loss, Middlesex here at the First Central County Ground.
Yeah, I definitely think Downer wanted that more than Routledge did, but of course Routledge had to go for it. So Yorkshire and Worcestershire are the teams immediately above the Sharks. They both have 20 points, so Sussex have 13. Obviously 8 would take them on to 21, so you're relying on Yorkshire and Worcestershire losing both their remaining matches. Well, today Worcestershire host Glamorgan, who are third, and as we've discussed are flying as well, and Yorkshire go to second place Northamptonshire. So, and both those teams have lost only once, and that was to Middlesex. So you'd imagine that Northampton and Glamorgan would start those games as favourites. Then on Saturday, while Sussex are at Derby, Worcestershire go to Middlesex, where again you'd expect Middlesex to start as favourites. The only fly in the ointment, apart from Sussex needing to win today, is that Yorkshire go to Kent, and they are 9th with only one win in this competition. So that's a lovely shot from Routledge, nicely timed, and it goes to the boundary. So sweetly hit, found the gap, 4 runs.
Yeah, it will be tricky, you'd think, for Sussex to qualify, but you know, victory here and sort of moment of magic that it'll probably take is it could just turn their season a little bit.
All the while there is mathematical hope, Toby. We have to cling on to it.
Exactly.
It will require obviously a fantastic effort today. Not surprises happen in sport, of course. Otherwise, we wouldn't watch it. And Sussex certainly needing to win the final 2 matches, and say relying on a few other results going their way. But it's been a good season actually, really, given everything for Alexia Walker's side, young team, of course personnel changing a lot with Tier 1 teams obviously loaning out players, taking them back, etc, etc, and of course the absences today of those 3 players won't help matters.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, because I mean, when you do look at the table, Yorkshire in 4th is probably a pretty surprising spot. You know, when you were going into the season, obviously Yorkshire finalists in the T20 Blast against Middlesex, but also the side who will become professional next year and are already sort of more professional as a setup than the rest of the teams in the division.
Yeah, 4 wins, 3 losses for Yorkshire. They ran Middlesex close. Middlesex ran out winners by 7 runs. Glamorgan also, likewise, Middlesex won that one by 11 runs. But it just, and Northampton as well, the team in second, they beat them by 4 wickets. So, you know, there is that, in a sense, there's tiers within tiers, aren't there, Toby? And you can see there that, you know, second, third and fourth are the only teams really to push Middlesex in a great way, and Middlesex yet to face Worcestershire in 5th, so we'll wait and see how they get on there. But then you look at a couple of other results. I mean, they beat Gloucestershire by 208 runs, and on that day they racked up 336 for 3. So formidable, but also partly down to the, as I say, the...
Well, that's just driven slightly off the outside half of the bat there from Routledge. Gentry continues into her second over here. Yeah, I mean, you look at the Middlesex's 7 wins, and they've had a couple tight ones, beating Glamorgan by 11 runs and Yorkshire by 7. Northamptonshire, they won by 4 wickets with quite a long time to spare, but were slightly teetering. Again down the leg side and won't quite reach the boundary there. I think a good hand from behind the stumps there. Just managed to claw that one back in, Rachel King. But yeah, as I was saying, a few tight games for Middlesex. Actually, Yorkshire, their tightest of the lot, and it could be quite likely they end up facing Yorkshire in that semi-final in the first week of September, depending on how fixtures and results go. Gentry in again, wide this time, 2 wide. The umpire raises her arms. Yeah, Middlesex coming off the back of a 123 run victory to Leicestershire. It was looking a little bit tight at stages during that game, but ended up running away victorious by quite some margin. Sussex 57 run loss. That one flicked away and will be 4. Just helps it on his way. Does Izzy Routledge. Just again Gentry straying down the leg side, and the Middlesex batter just faintest of flicks as it again races to the ropes. But yeah, Sussex coming off the back of a 57 run loss to Northamptonshire last week ahead of this game. Northamptonshire obviously sitting second currently in the table. Full again, full toss, but can only prod that one out towards the skipper there, Kiara Green, in there at mid-on.
These two teams met twice, of course, in the Vitality Blast. Middlesex won on both occasions. 8 wickets at Lords. They restricted Sussex to 102 for 7 that day. It was
again a little bit too full there from Gentry and just turned out towards deep square leg.
Yeah, that was not the Sharks' finest hour on that day at Lords, at the opening game of the season, at the double header. But, there was a much tighter contest here at Hove, and Middlesex just about defending their total, winning by 15 runs.
Width again, and Downer looks to try and flash that wide one, but doesn't connect. Gentry still yet to fully settle into a rhythm.
Yeah, and it's the extras so far that have been the problem. If you look at the run rate, it's 7.3, but both batters are, well, Routledge is a runner ball down and below that, so it just shows how the extras have mounted up a little.
Full again there. Better line this time though from Gentry, and that ends the 4th over. 28 without loss after 4, and as you mentioned there, Andrew, the run rate very much in the positive for Middlesex, absolutely racing along, bang on 7s at the moment, which they'll be very pleased with, but neither batter really getting into a complete fluent form at the moment. Routledge has turned a few nicely away into the leg sides.
Yeah, 6 extras already, 2 no balls and 4 wides in the first 4 overs. Just needs tidying up a little. And a buckle continuing obviously from the C end. Lovely day on this bank holiday Monday. Should be a warm one as well. It's,
yeah, not a cloud in the sky, is there?
It's just about to say the very same thing. So do get down if you can to Hove. There you go. Look at that. It's a picture.
Yeah, what a day for it.
Another wide. I mean, aside from the fact that obviously cricket is a summer sport, we can't guarantee good weather even in an English summer, but you can't beat sitting watching cricket on a sunny day, particularly bank holiday Monday. No work. Come on, come down and enjoy, you know, what will be an intriguing contest between these two, with still a lot on the line for Sussex certainly. Middlesex already through to the next stage, but they will want to top this group, of course, and guarantee themselves a home semi-final.
Yeah, looking for 2 titles in their first ever season since the revamp. Obviously victorious in the T20 Blast. It was only the T20 County Cup where Middlesex have actually faltered this year so far, falling in the first round to Kent.
And of course the women's team, I mean, but to be fair, the men's team have done a little bit better in the One Day Cup this year, but Middlesex's men's white ball fortunes have been pretty ordinary in the last few years. So the women are flying the flag in terms of white ball performances, and they will take some stopping in this second tier competition. That's a good stop. Had to make up a lot of ground to get there because it was quite fine. Just the 2, saving her side 2 runs there.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think they've only lost 2 or 3 games all year, Middlesex, haven't they? But that County Cup loss to Kent, perhaps maybe not surprising at the time. Looking back on it, slightly peculiar one.
That's going to beat Phoebe Wilkinson, and I think we'll run away for 4. Yes, it does.
Yeah, lovely flick there from Izzy Routledge. Too full from Buckle, but Routledge just didn't try and overhit it and just timed that one to perfection through mid-wicket for 4.
You can see there's some movement through the air.
Yeah, getting a lot of swingers, Buckle. She generally does with this new ball. Was already one of the picks of the bowlers all season for Sussex.
Just fiddled at that a little bit, Routledge, and no contact. End of the over, end of the 5th, 37 without loss. Routledge on 22, Downer on 8. And a good solid start for Middlesex after winning the toss and choosing to bat.
Yeah, 5 overs in. Middlesex will be, as you say, Andrew, very, very happy with where they are at this stage. We look to try and pile on the runs here with the sun out, and this will pretty much guarantee them a home semi-final victory here before their final match in the competition, or final match in the group stage, I should say, when they take on Worcestershire next week at Merchant Taylor School. We are seeing a change of bowling here. Anna Lewis into the attack. Just 2 overs we've seen from Gentry so far. Lewis not a bad start there, just a fraction straight.
One slip in place, and again, good cover in the offside as well. The field is in the deep third man and deep backward square leg.
Good there from Lewis. Good line, good length. It's just settled in nicely. Coming down the hill towards us here, coming in from the Cromwell Road end. Yeah, probably not a bad choice here from Kiara Green, just to change the bowling. And again, just probing away at off stump is Anna Lewis. Very much a controlled start from the seamer. And again there, just attacking that off stump. Just the one run from her opening 4 balls so far, and the run rate coming down. Gentry a little bit expensive off her first couple overs. Going at 8s. And again there, no width on offer. Routledge just dead batting that one out to the covers.
Yeah, it's a really good start this from Anna Lewis, offering some control.
Driven nicely there by Routledge, but a good stop in the covers there from Gentry. Does well to get down low and just stop them from rotating the strike again. Just one off that over there from Lewis, who's just come into the attack and perhaps could just change the momentum a little bit here.
Yeah, they'll be very pleased with that. Sussex. Probing over, kept some good control, good line, good length, and good fielding to back it up as well. You've got to have that, especially with that last ball, because once you've bowled a tight over, the last thing you want is to go for 4, because it just spoils it slightly. See the score predictor, which will change as things go on, but at the moment 279 is what it's saying.
And the bowling change at CS, number 32, Talitha Stanley.
Talitha Stanley into the attack from the C end, so Kiara Green rotating through her options early doors.
She has lots of them, so 4 seamers we're already seeing. She can also turn to herself and Ava Lee as their frontline spinners as well, plus Nancy Harmon bowls a few leggies too if need be, so lots of options here for Kiara Green. Yeah, not a bad start there from Stanley.
Just 18 years old, Talitha Stanley.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see when Green does turn to her spinners. Last couple games, her and Ava Lee have been very much the wicket takers. It took 6 between them against Leicestershire down in Arundel, 3 each, and then Ava Lee 5 for against Northamptonshire last week.
Yeah, really good figures those, weren't they?
5 for 18, which is not a bad effort for her.
She'd take that today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was a pretty good opportunity perhaps for Sussex to register another win, but after a strong start with the bat they just collapsed a little, fell short. Yeah, good again there from Stanley.
Slip out for Talitha Stanley compared to what we saw from the other end from Alan Lewis. It's partly Stanley is that a little bit slower. Again, third man, fine leg in place.
Got an extra catcher in the offside.
Short extra cover has come in.
Yeah, Collis in there, very tight.
Collis immediately in the game there.
I don't mind that, to be fair. I think, as you say, standing up perhaps a fraction slower, rolling into the hill as well, up the hill. Perhaps might just stop a little bit and...
Yeah, she's a viable option in there, Collis, isn't she? Certainly for a catch. It's also something as well to sort of just getting down his eye line.
Yeah, plays on the mind as a batter.
And there's that ring of 3 on the offside as well, just behind Collis. So they are well aware of where Middlesex want to play their shots. And then Kiara Green is marshalling her troops for mid-off. Phoebe Wilkinson at mid-on. Oh, there's the edge. There is no slip, of course. And a good stop. Assuming she hasn't touched the rope, that's a really good bit of fielding.
I think that's Gentry down there, does fantastically to get right the way across, and yeah, as you say, cuts off the boundary as well with it.
So although there might be a couple of occasions where Sussex might have been disappointed that the ball has gone through the inner ring, that's at least 4 runs now saved by 2 efforts on the boundary rope. So, you know, it's swings and roundabouts, I suppose. Certainly they'll be pleased with that, but at the end of the 7th it's 40 without loss, but a good over, and just those last couple of overs are just pulling things back a little.
Yeah, Routledge and Down are both going very well so far. Routledge 22 off 25, Down are 11 off 19. Just been pretty watchful and latched onto a few strays down the leg side. Lewis continues and just guided down through third man that time by Routledge. Yeah, Routledge coming off the back of some terrific run of form in the Blast, 5th leading run scorer along the way. Made 238 runs at an average of about 40, striking at well over 100. It's a dangerous batter. That's struck on the pad, big appeal there from Lewis, but turned down by the umpire. I think probably just sliding down leg. Length definitely wasn't the issue.
I wasn't sure if she was then putting her hands on her head or whether she was just actually fiddling with her hair at the end, but yeah, ooh, that's close. I think it was a bit of both. She was...
straightened a long way that, didn't it? Because it swung quite late. But I think perhaps just sliding. Lewison again. This time a fraction further outside off, again challenging the off stump, which we saw her do so well last over.
Like to see that again actually if we can, but the LBW shout, but here we go. Oh no, that's the previous delivery, beg your pardon. But for me that's close.
Whips that one away into the leg side, but a good stop there in the mid wicket. Ava Lee getting down well to her right.
We will always call it fairly on this, even though it's the Sussex Club stream. You know there'll be a lot of Middlesex fans watching, but it's. I think Anna Lewis has been very unlucky there not to get that. Personally, not sure. You said it straightened. Whether it even might have even kind of pitched outside leg, I don't suppose.
It did look almost though, didn't it? I think.
But it seems to be hitting her in line and possibly going on to hit leg stump, is all I would say. But there must, you have to say, I mean, obviously the umpire has given it not out and that's all that matters, but it's there's enough doubt there, I can imagine live, so only seeing it once, sliding down possibly.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was perhaps an umpire's call or something on Hawkeye. Driven nicely through the offside there, finds the gap. Lovely shot there by Izzy Routledge. Just caresses one through the covers, picks up another boundary.
Yeah, she's been a little bit unlucky there, Gentry. I think she might have got something on this, and it didn't slow it up enough. Or at all, really. But a boundary, which will please Middlesex. 46 without loss at the end of the 8th. But that run rate, you can already see from the last few overs, has just come down now, and that's they'll be pleased with that, Sussex. But they want breakthroughs. They want these two back in the hutch as soon as they can, as Talitha Stanley continues.
Quite a lot of batting for Middlesex still to come. Mia Rogers carded in at 3 on loan from Durham. Played for Sunrisers, came through the Sunrisers Academy last year, but has been given a loan opportunity during this 100 period. Big swing there by Downer. Looking to get firmly through the offside.
Yeah, she went for the big shot and didn't connect. I think it's. I definitely think that ring of 3 and obviously Collis at short extras making Downer want to, and the fact she's on 12 from 24 rather than Routledge's 27 from 28 is perhaps just playing with her mind a little. That though is too straight.
Yeah, that's the one issue with it, is square leg is open, so you really can't stray onto the pads at all.
No, and when you've got a packed offside field, you need to be bowling to it. That's the crucial bit there.
I do agree, Andrew. I think it's probably a very good decision just to try and keep the pressure on Downer and maybe try and apply a bit of pressure on Routledge, who is pretty much a runner ball so far in this innings.
Oh, they're going to come back for the second on the misfield. And a buckle.
Deft touch there from Routledge just to guide that one back with a point.
Yeah, Routledge at a runner ball. Downer strike rate of about 50, but there's room for both approaches, especially in the 50 over game. And that's the thing, is Middlesex will look to they'll put away any bad balls, but they'll look to build an innings, won't they? They won't look to go too quickly too soon. They won't want to risk losing wickets. They'll want to, because you can then accelerate, as you say. There's plenty of batting to come, and this is about building a platform.
Yeah, I think you're bang on there, Andrew, that platform and wickets in hand is I think probably the most crucial thing in building huge scores. If you just lose wickets every 5 or so overs, it just kind of pegs you back as batters come in and try and start again. Effectively, you have to you do start the partnership again, but as a team you have to just start again, and it can just really slow you down. Whereas, as you say, just building a partnership, even if these two don't race along and Downer takes a little bit of time to get going, I think it's a smart decision just to try and, if they can get to 30 overs without, the loss of a wicket, or maybe 1 or 2 down, then it really, that final 20 overs you can attack as a side, and it gives you that little bit more freedom with the batters coming in lower down.
End of the 9th, 49 without loss.
Into the pads there first up from Lewis, but Downer unable to capitalise, just nudges one into mid-wicket. Slightly different field for Lewis. We're talking about Collis coming in very close, catching at extra, for Stanley, but it's just more of a regulation field. Collis that little bit closer to the ring, and a square leg in for Lewis. full, driven firmly, but straight to the fielder at mid-off. You can hear the seagulls echoing around the ground here. Wide there, but left alone, and no signal by the umpire. Would have been pretty close to that blue tram line, I'm sure. But again, we've talked about Lewis generating a fair bit of away swing here, so would have stayed just inside and then kept moving away a little bit. Downer just happy to watch that one past her off stump. But straighter that time, but defence does Downer.
It's been excellent bowling from Anna Lewis, it really has. Just 7 runs from, 16 deliveries.
Yeah, she's had a lot of control with the ball. Sort of getting the ball to move away a fraction each time. But it's been pretty much on that top of off stump consistently. Yeah, Fuller again that time, but the line's good and doesn't allow Downer to free her arms. Middlesex 49 without loss still. Just 1 ball left inside the power play here. It's been a very good power play for Middlesex, but Sussex fighting back in these last couple overs. Driven again, but only as far as Gentry on the ring. 49 without loss, power play over there for Middlesex. First 5 overs went for 37, the next 5 just 12. Really shows how much control Lewis and Stanley have brought since coming into the attack here. And Stanley will continue, rightfully so. Kiara Green not looking to make any changes. No, she can turn to Buckle and Gentry later on in the innings if needed. And of course, we've already mentioned Averley and Green herself. Bowl some off spin, which I'm sure we'll see throughout the middle overs here. Nancy Harmon as well with some of her leggies. But yeah, a strong batting lineup for Middlesex still to come. Mia Rogers in at 3, Saskia Hawley, the skipper, carded at number 4, has again been in a rich vein of form. Had a big ton against Leicestershire, 114 last game.
Just have a look at the field. There's some rushing around going on. Obviously, there is time limits about starting overs and also getting to the cut-off point as well. But they're right outside the power play now, so there are 2 extra fielders outside the circle. And that's a single to one of them who's stationed at deep extra cover. There's a 3rd man. Fine leg and a deep square leg as we see the applause for the Middlesex 50, which has come off of just over 10 overs, 61 legal deliveries. Been a few more thrown in though with the wides and no balls, although they seem to have cut that out a little bit.
Yeah, first 3 or 4 overs were a little bit loose from Sussex, but they've...
Ooh! Now she played the wrong line there. What's happened there?
Good delivery from Stanley, but Downer again looking to be...
Oh, I just moved away from her, to be fair.
Yeah, looking to be positive as Downer, but hasn't found the middle of the bat consistently yet. Interesting to see if she continues to try and flash, or maybe just weather the storm and settle in a little bit.
Tried to pick that one up and plonk it over the scoreboard, but that didn't make connection.
Yeah, got a couple sweepers out there on the leg side, I think just in front of square on the boundary, and also a pretty regulation fine leg. That's 3rd man.
Yeah, the deep extra cover has gone now, so there is only 3 out now. I don't think she'd have got around to cut that off. Anyway, Good shot from Downer. Just releasing the shackles on her a little bit. That's only her second boundary.
Yeah, first boundary since the 8th over there as well, and just the second since the 5th. Whereas there were 5 inside those first 5 overs, pretty much 1 and over.
This is the 4th game now that this strip has been used for, 4th game in a row. And it's a difficult wicket, certainly in the men's matches it's been a difficult wicket to start on. It's been a little bit slow paced at times, but once you're in, once you adjust to it, and you don't play shots like that, there's not a lot really to too many demons in it really. And this ground normally quite a high scoring ground. End of the 11th, 54 without loss, and you certainly get full value for your shots. I mean, you can see some of the practice strips. If you get a ball flying away on there, it pretty much goes, well, it goes to the longer boundary towards the Spenkarma Pavilion. It goes pretty much all the way out there. There's only a few practice pitches towards the shorter side, towards the scoreboard side of the ground. Certainly if you drive through towards the Spenkarma Pavilion, that is where you can get full value for your shots, and where sometimes the ball can do some bobbling around, so you need to be a bit careful as a fielder.
Just flicked off her toes nicely by Routledge there. Lewis continuing here.
Top stuff here, ready, Lou?
It's her 4th over. Has been impressive so far. Outside the power play now though. Time driven. There is a sweeper for Downer now at deep cover.
Do you think Sussex, particularly in the last sort of 5 or 6 overs, I mean, we've seen some expansive shots from Middlesex which haven't come off. They've beaten the bat a few times. Do you think they might actually start to feel, you know, they've been a little bit unlucky, Sussex, not to take a wicket?
Yeah, I think a little bit unlucky. We've seen, obviously saw that big LBW appeal off the bowling of Lewis. It was driven nicely, but straighter this time. Just going to be 1. Good piece of fielding there.
Tumbling stop.
Yeah, running round at
buckle.
mid-off. Yeah, I think the LBW will probably be the big one. A couple of whistle past the outside edge, and there was a sort of pretty genuine edge. It was pretty low, and there wasn't a slip in place at the time. They'd just taken her out. Driven again to buckle. This time no run. That's
a good example of the strange, the oddness really of cricket. Sometimes is I mean, so obviously that was fuller, and she's hit that more firmly, but so therefore it's travelled to the fielder quicker, and that she hasn't got the single. Whereas she mistimed the earlier one and got a run for it. It just doesn't seem fair sometimes. This time into the leg side from Downer. Yeah, that is just cricket for you, though, isn't it? Have to be a little bit lucky at times. But yeah, I think Sussex have bowled very well. They found their control in these last 6 or so overs, I think, and you know, Lewis and Stanley in particular just managed to peg Middlesex back, as that one's just tickled down towards fine leg. Arman coming round very fine to collect the ball. And then the 12th over there, 58 without loss. So what were they, Middlesex, after 6 overs? After 5 they were 37 without loss. So actually, in the last 37 you say, so 21 runs from the last 7 overs. That's pretty good from Sussex to pull that back. Just 3 and over in those 7. Just shows that they were... Yes, it was Lewis bowled the 6th
and went for just one run, so that was her first. That was really where they managed to.
Right, so it's 20 off the last 6. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Stanley to continue. I'll be interested to see when Kiara Green might turn to Ava Lee or herself with the ball. I think you can see Harmon occasionally rolling her shoulders as well, but I'd have thought one of the off spinners might be the option first up.
Keeper up to Stanley. Downer just struggling to sort of cut loose at the moment. She wants to, she's ticking, you can see she's wanting to get back on ball and wanting to go up through the gears. Just hasn't been quite working for her. Now it does, and half stopped as well, so she will only get a couple, I fancy, here. Yep. Green hauls that in. But
yeah, Harmon, a really good stop there. Just parried the ball and took all the pace out of it. Otherwise that would have flown to the boundary. You were here for the game yesterday, were you, Andrew, did you say?
yes, for the men's match against Yorkshire, yes. That's
Matt Milne 7 for not a bad effort.
Yep, and a hat-trick as well. Second. That's got through, so just be a single. Yeah, second Yorkshire player to take a hat-trick in the men's one-day cup in the space of 3 years, so they've been... but yeah, Yorkshire look a very good side in that competition, and they will take some beating, certainly in Group B and the knockout stages as well. So Gloucestershire likewise going well in the other group. Sussex did have, rather like the women here, they did have some convoluted mathematical possibility of still qualifying, but they would have needed to have won both their final 2 matches, as indeed the women do here. And of course defeat yesterday put paid to that. One thing I will say is a quirk of that group is that it's top 3 that qualify for the knockout stages. The winners go through to the end of the over. 13 gone, 61 for loss without loss. Yeah, the top 3 qualify for the knockout stages. The top team directly into the semi-final, second and third going to the quarters. But there'll be at least one team with 5 wins out of 8 who won't qualify.
Yes.
Which is, you know, it's just a quirk of the fact I think the bottom teams have struggled to make an impact at all. But that's staggering that you could win 5 out of your 8 matches and not finish in the top 3.
I think it's likely pretty similar. We'll see that in Group A as well, depending on the final couple rounds. Oh, inside edge there, not far away at all from the stumps. Sometimes you do just need a little bit of luck. Sussex haven't had that today.
I know, I think Sussex will be starting to quietly fume at the cricketing gods, because they know Middlesex are a good side and they will fancy that they need to be on their A game, and Middlesex may be slightly off it today, but they also need things to go their way. As I think we've lost just for the moment.
Coming down the hill, she continues.
We're back.
On onto the front foot to defend there. Routledge again. She's on 32 or 38 right now. Down at the other end, 23 or 45. It's just picked it up a little bit in the last over or so.
And because of Middlesex making progress, serene progress, but progress nonetheless, without losing a wicket, that score predictor moving upwards to 286, even though the run rate is coming down.
Down the leg side there, 2 wide. King manages to get a glove on it though, so they're just going to pick the one up as it trickles down towards Nancy Harmon, coming in from fine leg. Yeah, I think it is very much one of those where we talked about it already, but building the platform, that's exactly what Middlesex have done well so far. So these two will look to keep building that platform, keep building the partnership before releasing their middle order. Just jabbed out towards point there. Not a huge amount of opportunities for spin in yesterday's game. I saw they bowl, but no wickets for.
Yeah, only one wicket. Only one wicket between the 4 of them.
Don Bess, yeah.
Don Bess took one, but yeah, it wasn't a spinner's day, and that was the same in the match against Somerset on Thursday, I think, as well, from memory. And I wonder if that might play a part today as well, therefore, whether we might see more seam because of this surface than spin. But
driven firmly again. Haverly charging around. One of those spinners we are talking about. It's an interesting one, because you're saying, what, the 4th time this pitch is being used?
4th match in a row that this strip has been used.
So I was up in Essex yesterday, and it was the 5th match they'd played on that pitch. All 4 of the men's One Day Cup games, but they played Nick Brown's testimonial first up on it. I think it's just a T20 one evening as well, and that was very much spin friendly. Simon Harmer picked up a 5 in the previous game on Thursday, and yeah, wicket shared around for the spinners. Wesley picked up a few, Harmer picked up a couple, Critchley picked up 3, I think, and actually for Gloucestershire as well, Jack Taylor picked up a 5. So it's interesting the different levels of it. You know, we were kind of discussing on the commentary yesterday. It was effectively a day 4 pitch for Simon Harmer, which he's done so well for so long.
Exactly.
So I think we will see a little bit of spin here, perhaps. Haverly. Yeah, Kiara Green just directing her field, and yeah, we will see Haverly here.
Well, this will be an examination of what we've been talking about. See if this pitch is offering anything. I think Jack Carson got some grip and turn, despite the fact that there was only 1 wicket for the spinners, and that was taken by Don Bess. But let's see how Downer will approach this. Oh, that's a good ball. That's a really good start from Haverly.
Yeah, good line, good length, and hint of turn on that one. Didn't jag, but just gripped a fraction.
There is a sweeper out there, so that'll only be a single.
A little bit fuller that time from Haverly. Just allowing Downer to drive.
Net on the full that time, down to Anna Lewis, who is stationed at long on. So there is a deep extra cover. There is a deep mid wicket, or I can't see the angle, that's probably deep square leg and a deep mid wicket.
Yeah, long on inside the ring.
Yeah,
for
moved her
Downer.
up now. going to run up the hill. Couple of runs. Anna Buckle doing the donkey work up there, and actually she's been chasing a lot round the outfield. Been involved a fair bit. Good solid stuff this from Ava Lee. Not allowing so far Middlesex to get away, as we see Lewis now going back to long on.
Yeah, happy to give Downer the single by the looks of it.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the strategy. That's interesting. See what she bowls. Probably could have bowled straighter there to try and force the shot down to long on, but as it stands, Routledge will have the strike at the beginning of the 16th, because we have 15 overs bowled and Middlesex are 71 without loss. It's Andrew Rayburn and Toby Reynolds with you in the commentary box for this Metro Bank Women's One Day Cup match.
Yeah, it was interesting seeing Kiara Green, Sussex's captain there, just marshalling her troops in the fields, long on, dropping in and out of the ring, depending on the batter. I think Downer, who has struggled to be as fluent as Routledge, perhaps looking to bring long on inside the ring for her and maybe put that little bit more pressure on. Kiara Green herself now having a go with the ball for some more off spin.
So just as we were ruling out spin options, they're going to have spin from both ends. Shows what we know.
Yeah, not a bad start there for Green, almost skidding one through.
Yeah, she's got good variety, Kiara Green.
Again, towards the pads, to be tight for a run out.
Oh, well, there's just hit the stumps, but nothing. Did it hit or did it not? Maybe it didn't.
Possibly just clipped Green's hand on the way through, I think. And that one's just dabbed down the ground. They get through for a single. Quick running between the wickets there from Routledge and Downer.
Not altogether convincing on these last couple of balls, but they made it. That's the main thing. I'm not entirely. There certainly wasn't a run on the previous one.
Just floated up a little bit more and driven, but only as far as Lizzie Collis in there at cover.
So we have to tussle with an arrival into Shoreham Airport.
To drive that one just down, but again just finds Collis. Good over here from Green so far, just the one run.
Kiara Green, a Brightonian.
Full toss that time, but just dabbed down the ground by Downer. 73 without loss, 16 overs in here. Middlesex being pegged right back in by Sussex.
Yeah, 4.5 now the run rate, but still, of course, wickets in hand, power to add. Middlesex won't be panicking too much at this stage if the runs aren't flowing. Routledge and Downer punching gloves, having a chat. And sharing in a good solid opening partnership thus far, and Ava Lee continues trying to follow up on her 5 for 18 against Northants. Bit of flight there, which Downer wanted to try and take advantage of, but mistimed. There'll be a single.
That one very much sort of spat a little bit, I think, out of, not necessarily out the rough, but off the pitch.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see a replay. See what turn is on offer, although I know that Lee's getting through her overs pretty quick.
A bit fuller that time from Lee.
Oh, that's beaten the dive of Indigo Gentry and has gone to the boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot there by Routledge. Moves into the 40s with that boundary as well.
Yeah, turn there into Routledge. Anna Lewis dropping back to long on. Two out on the leg side. Sweeper out on the offside. Green there to field. End of that over, 78 without loss. Down to 29 and Routledge 40.
I couldn't quite tell last over, but it looked like Green might have been bowling a few leg each, trying to turn the ball away from the two right-handers here. Let's have a bit of a closer look on the stream here. Generally an off-spin bowler, but perhaps
Channeling her in a Liam Livingston.
yeah, that's what I was thinking, with two right-handers in. Yeah, it looks like
Yeah, it
leggies,
looks like
doesn't
she's
it?
yeah, she's certainly got that wrist.
Yeah, it's cocked, the wrist, isn't it? Showing all of her skills here is Kiara Green. Pretty impressive stuff there. Down the leg side that time from Green. Perhaps just trying to shake up the batters a little bit. As you've already mentioned, Andrew, they've played each other twice, these two teams, so maybe just trying to get in the batters' minds a little bit. That's better from Green, but good use of wrists from Routledge there to drive out into the covers. Ava Lee out there in front of the scoreboards, away to our right.
Worcestershire 70 for 5 against Glamorgan in the 15th so far there at Redditch.
That's struck in front. Only a semi-appeal really from Green herself. Just sliding on with the arm down the leg sides.
Yeah, it's drifting, definitely drifting down leg there.
Would have had to really grip and more than straighten almost to crash into the stumps. Shorter and wider that time, cut away, but again Ava Lee is out there doing the fielding.
Another game we're interested in, of course, from a Sussex perspective, if they were to win here, is Yorkshire against Northamptonshire. Yorkshire 89 for 4 against Northants at the moment.
Driven, they're going to come through for a single. Could be tight for a run out. Slight misfield there. That's Anna Lewis.
Good running though, I think. Puts pressure on the fielders, doesn't it, when you know the imperatives on you to pick up and throw because they've gone for that quick single, and it just makes that pick up and throw a little bit more difficult. End of the 18th, 83 without loss.
Some of the Super Fours games have started up in Loughborough as well. That's competition between three sort of development England sides and an Ireland under-19 side as well. Looks like, I think that's Lottie Curling is currently bowling for the EWA Team 1. Bowled just shy of 4 overs, 21 runs, wicketless at the moment.
That's good flight on that from Lee. getting good backing from her teammates. Anna Lewis will be in the action there at long on. Oh, now Anna Lewis is being brought up in the ring for Downer, who I imagine they want to try and get hitting over the top. She's going to almost oblige, but picks out Indigo Gentry.
Yeah, it looks like in the same team as Lottie Curling, Pippa Sproul, one of Middlesex's players as well in that Super Fours game.
Yeah, that's got through, and is that going to go for 4? It is. They weren't sure at first whether to run at all, but it's squeezed through. Yeah, that's... She'll be disappointed with that. It's Anna Buckle there, I think. So a boundary for Downer.
Molly Adams also in action for the EWA Team 3.
End of the 19th, by the way, 88 without loss.
So it's good to see a couple Sussex players.
Yeah, we've got 3 missing from this squad, and
it doesn't look like
Eve O'Neill is the other one out of those.
Yeah, it doesn't look like she's playing. I may have just missed her.
That's the scorecard with Downer 35 not outs, Routledge unbeaten on 43, and the bowling figures, Kiara Green rotating through her options, 6 bowlers used so far, and she's bowling here herself as well.
Driven, finds the gap there, but good piece of diving there. That's Anna Lewis again. Anna Lewis and Anna Buckle very much all action at the moment.
Pick of the bowlers, by the way, so far on economy is Talitha Stanley.
Straight at that time from Green, it's just whipped into the leg side. Yeah, elsewhere around the country, Yorkshire currently 4 down with less than 100 on the board, 60 and a bit overs in against Northamptonshire, so it's a good sign there for Sussex. Just a reminder, if Sussex can win their final 2 games and Yorkshire, well, that's tight. Again, turned down by the umpire.
Yeah, I think there's partly it's the sort of how convinced you sound yourself as a when you're appealing. It's like, if there's not, yeah, that's high.
Yeah. Fired in again by Green, and slight mix-up perhaps.
Yeah,
should make it home safe.
If a proper clean pickup might have been trouble.
Down, I think, just caught ball watching a fraction there. But they're through for the single either way. Yeah, so just a reminder, if Sussex can win their remaining 2 games, including this one, and Yorkshire and Worcestershire lose, Sussex will make it through. It's defended to make it through to the semi-final, probably taking on Middlesex.
Yes.
That'll be. If they'd like to get through in that 4th place spot. Middlesex looking confident at topping the table, but actually if Middlesex lose today, and they could lose their final game as well, they might drop down a little bit. So that one's cut away. Averley charging in, but just get through for the single. Yeah, so Worcestershire, the other team to keep an eye on, are 86 for 5 against Glamorgan, so both Yorkshire and Worcestershire not in the strongest of positions right now. Sussex also perhaps slightly behind the 8 ball here against Middlesex. 92 without loss after 20 overs, the visitors. Pretty much chanceless. We've had a couple LBW shouts, and that's kind of it. We almost had one chopped on, I think, as well, didn't we?
Yes,
But
when missed leg stump by a whisker.
But otherwise, it's been very much a pretty calm day with bat in hand for Middlesex so far, as we're nearing the halfway stage here down in Hove in this Metro Bank One Day Cup game.
Ava Lee continuing. And Downer getting a single. And then once again, Anna Lewis going up, dropping back, going up, dropping back.
Her step count for the day is moved pretty good.
She's now at long on rather than mid on. And Lewis into the action to cut that one off. Now she's coming back up inside the ring. So it's a tighter field once again for Downer. That's what they want her to do. And it's just beyond Indigo Gentry. That is exactly why they are bringing mid-on up, or long on up into mid-on. It wasn't, obviously it was hit towards mid-off, but they are trying to encourage her to do exactly that.
Oh yeah, it was just sliced up in the air there by Downer that little bit, and Gentry couldn't quite judge the distance on it.
There's two out there on the leg side, so that'll only be a single. But yeah, it's funny, isn't it, when you see batters play into the hands of a fielding captain. It's like, go on then, I know you want to, I know you want to, and they go, yeah, I do, and I'm going to. But that's then sometimes their demise, and that's the whole point. We've lost the stream, I think, now, for this final ball. But on 40 now, Routledge on 47. 21 overs have been bowled. And that win predictor on your screen, 300 now. It's topping out at, and that's, say, the run rate has been steady now at about 4.5 for a while. But the score predictor going up because, as I mentioned, Middlesex are building and they haven't lost any wickets, so their resources are still very much all in hand at the moment.
300 would be over 300 as Middlesex are looking at right now would be a pretty mammoth total for Sussex to try and chase, but there haven't been any huge demons in the pitch so far. Pretty decent track. Downer facing up now to Kiara Green, who continues with her leg spin. Just getting back in towards Downer, who looks to give herself some room but just gets cramped up.
Yeah, despite the fact that Sussex seem to be targeting Downer because she's getting a bit bogged down, she's still on 40 from 71. She's faced more balls than Routledge. You know, she's not exactly, you know, fresh meat new to the crease. She's I obviously feel that Downer is more likely, the more likely one to be removed than Routledge at this stage.
Again, that one just angled back in and cut away by Routledge. I think Routledge perhaps is the slightly more naturally aggressive batter. She's found the rope, I think, with a bit more consistency, a bit more ease. Downer's been kind of a bit more stop and start, I'd say.
Yeah, Routledge 6-4s, Downer 3.
Oh, that one.
Genuine edge,
stripping, yeah. No single there. Stanley doing the fielding. The replay on this one. Green. Yeah, grips in the surface. Bounced quite a long way as well.
Yeah, high up the bat, wasn't it?
The overspin Green's getting with her leggies. That one's pulled away nicely. Could find the gap, does find the gap. Lovely shot there from Downer, just a fraction short, and that was pulled firmly into the leg side and all the way for 4. Brings up the 100 partnership as well. 103 without loss, Middlesex right now. 133 balls They've gone 45 off the bat for Downer, 48 from Routledge.
Yeah, dropping short there. Green should be disappointed with that, but she's got a chance to follow it up here.
Pulls, this time straighter. Just going to be a single down towards long on. And ends 22nd over there. 104 without loss. Yeah, these two have been batting together for 1 hour and 20 minutes now. Pretty much chanceless. Big LBW shoutings. Almost a chop onto the stumps, but otherwise it's been an impressive effort from these two so far.
It really has. It's that giant deck chair at the Cromwell Road end. Could see it in use. Downer just trying to release her arms now as she gets nearer to 50. Takes her on to 47. Extras as well in this inning so far. Lewis back at long on. Still got two on the outside of the circle on the leg side. Quick single. Good running, that's from Downer and Routledge. Routledge moving on to 49.
Yeah, Downer not far behind on 47. Lewis dropping back again. It's time for Downer now.
Yeah, a bit of a race to see who'll get to 50 first. Now they're both on 49. Downer has the first crack.
Yeah.
Good stop that, actually, just inside the rope. Well, Downer couldn't get her 50 off that ball, so Routledge will now have a crack, and Middlesex at the end of the 23rd are 108 without loss. These two going on very nicely, 49 each.
Yeah, Kiara Green set to continue here, coming in from the Cromwell Road end. Into her 5th over, 5 on the bounce, she's bowled in tandem with Averley. Floated up, and that one's just turning to the leg side and will be 50 for Izzy Routledge. A really impressive knock to continue what has been a really impressive season for the Middlesex star. At the top of the order, she's just helped lay this platform. 109 without loss, the visitors right now, nearing the halfway stage. And these two batted almost to perfection so far. 50 off 63. 6 fours along the way as well. And that's Downer's 50 with it as well. They'll scamper through for a quick single. Back-to-back balls, back-to-back 50s. Routledge and Downer, magnificent. 79 balls. Downer's 50 has come up off. 4 fours along the way. Not quite as fluent, but equally impressive. Just been a lot more watchful early on was Downer, and now joining Routledge in on the action. Green's going to come round the wicket now. Still with the cocked wrist, perhaps off spin instead. Dot ball first up there for Routledge. Could be tight for a run out. Bowler's ends. Good fielding there from Stanley, but they'll get through for the singles. Some more good running by the pair. This time beats the fielder and out towards the scoreboards. Still another cloud in the sky here, bright blue skies. The heat will definitely be starting to ramp up out there for Sussex. Both literally and metaphorically as the partnership continues to build. 112 without loss, 24 overs gone, just the one over until drinks. And Sussex will be looking to use that just to regroup, I think, and try and find a breakthrough, find a crack in what has been a fantastic partnership so far by Downer and Routledge.
Yeah, you wouldn't say obviously that it's been chanceless, because there have been, well, maybe not at batter error, but there have been opportunities for Sussex, especially that one.
The LBW shot.
There's the LBW shot and the catch, obviously, that was nearly taken at mid-off. But it's been pretty solid stuff from Middlesex. And also, I wouldn't say ever sort of Talitha Stanley, the most economical bowler so far, is going to bowl the last over before drinks. Anna Lewis once again, mid-on to long-on.
And she's doing mid-on, long-on at both ends as well.
Yeah, backwards. And it's going to be deep mid-wicket involved on this occasion. Yeah, it's been, it's been a good few punchy boundaries, 10 fours in this partnership, but most of it has been milking singles and picking up the odd two here and there.
Yeah, they got off to quite a quick start, Middlesex, and Routledge in particular. I think was about run a ball 30, but she's just slowed down a fraction. Downer's picked it up a little bit. But generally this, as you say, it's just been singles like that, driving out to the sweepers at cover. They found a few boundaries early on. I think a boundary in all of the first 5 overs. They raced to 37 without loss before Lewis and Stanley managed to just slow them down a fraction, coming into the attack at the back end of the power play.
And now score predictor is talking about 304. And should only be one, and is. Worcestershire 94 for 7 against Glamorgan. And Yorkshire 119 for 5 against Northants. So some scores that will hearten Sussex fans, but they've got to try and make a breakthrough or two here. good from Talitha Stanley. Just tossing it up wide for trying to encourage Downer to drive, and this time she does drive. She gets it through the inner ring, but it won't go to the boundary. She'll take 2, Will Downer, moves her on to 55. Routledge is on 53, and at the end of the 25th over, it's 118 without loss for Middlesex. An excellent start from them, and we're going to be taking drinks.
Yeah, they've made 300 a couple times this year, have Middlesex. Last game against Leicestershire, just ticked over an even bigger 336 against Gloucestershire earlier in the competition as well. They also made just shy of that, 289 against Glamorgan. But generally, in the rest of the games, they've often skittled teams pretty low and had some simple chasers. It's the likes of Derbyshire and Kent.
You can see there how quick a start they made, and then it sort of flattened out a little up towards over 15 or 16, and then a steady progression since then with the Worm. And the Manhattan backs that up as well, with Maiden included in there, but other than that, it's been steady progress, hasn't it? It's been, as you can see there, mostly sort of 4s and 5s and some 3s in there. And the wagon wheel for Routledge shows her strong through the covers, and in particular. And for Downer, a little bit more round the ground, but a lot more sort of singles taken, particularly through the leg side. And you could see actually not much down the ground, which is possibly why they were trying to encourage her to play that.
Yes, yeah, and almost had that wicket chipping down the ground just over the head of Indigo Gentry a few overs ago now.
There's the bowling figures. Lewis and Stanley the most economical there with their 5 overs, just 36 between them from their combined 10. Buckle and Gentry a little bit more expensive up top, and then the spin of Lee and Green, 10 overs for 45 combined efforts for them. And there you see the run rate dropping. It's a cumulative run rate dropping a little.
Tick under 5s at the moment. I think it'll probably continue to stay like that as Middlesex continue to build and these two continue to. I think Nudge and Nurdle has been maybe a little bit harsh, but it's been a pretty easy scoring rate for these two, just to find gaps and rotate with a few powerful strikes along the way. As we mentioned, they've still got fairly strong batting line-up to come. Mia Rogers carded at 3, the Durham county player. She played a pretty big role in the Vitality Blast up in the northeast. Saskia Hawley, the skipper, coming off the back of a big ton against Leicestershire at number 4. And the likes of Riva Pindoria and Olivia Kibler, Sonali and Anaya Patel, before you get into 9, 10, 11 of Hannah Davis, Lauren Turner and Layla Judge. But it's going to be that middle order: Rogers, Hawley, Pindoria and Kibler probably. Who's going to do a lot of the damage after these two? As I say, Saskia Hawley coming off the back of a magnificent 114 against Leicestershire last week. You're going to see another change of bowling here, a bit more spin. Nancy Harmon with her leggies coming in down the hill from the Cromwell Road ends. Good start there, just forces Routledge to defend that one, drop that one out into the covers. She's got 3 sweepers out on the leg side, deep square, deep mid wicket, long on, And again, a sweeper out in front of the scoreboard on the cover boundary as well. Indigo Gentry, I think that is out there. Out swept nicely there by Routledge. Behind square, and slight misfield out there on the rope. And she picks up another boundary. Lewis, Anna Lewis out there, unable to collect that one inside the ropes. But it was a good piece of placement there from Routledge. She's got Wilkinson in there at short fine leg, and then Lewis was originally pretty square. She's just gone out a little bit finer now. Routledge cuts that one. What a bounce from Harmon that time. Just out towards Gentry. Picks up a single. Moves on to 58 with that. Down to 55 at the other end. Faces up to Harmon. 1, 2, 3 without loss. And just drives again towards Gentry. Just bringing Wilkinson across here to sort of a wide, short third man, and more of a backward point actually. Plugging that gap in there is Harmon. That one does grip and turn. It could be tight for a run out, but good running there by Downer towards the keeper's end, the danger ends. Gets home safe. Good, thoughtful, smart cricket there from Harmon, who just brought Wilkinson around and it was hit directly to her. Floated up above the eye line this time. Just changing her pace up nicely is Harmon to end the over. 26 overs gone, 125 without loss. Routledge and Downer continue to put together this big partnership. 125 off 158 deliveries. Wasp still at over 300, 308 the predicted score at the moment. If these two keep going, I assume they'll only start to increase the scoring rate and really start to put some pressure on the home side here down in Hove. Stanley continues after the drinks break.
Yep, from the C end. Oh, that's got through. Hard working Anna Lewis collects. Worcestershire 100 for 9 now against Glamorgan at Redditch, and Yorkshire 127 for 5 against Northamptonshire at Northampton. That'll be a single. Those two scores that I just read are the important ones in terms of Sussex's potential qualification. I can also tell you that Kent are 114 for 6 against Gloucestershire. And Leicestershire is 168 for 2 against Derbyshire in the 25th. Kiara Greenfields.
Go on then, Talita!
Slower one, up in the air, but in between those two fielders, the mid-on and long-on. Calculated risk, I think, really, you could put that down as. There's going to be runs here, and 4 of them for Downer. Good flick of the wrists.
Yeah, just missed her line a fraction there, did Stanley. Just let Downer flick that one away with a bit of comfort, bit of ease towards the vacant fine leg region.
Artemis Downer, 5th boundary, moving her on to 61. Lizzie Routledge on 61 as well. 10 extras, 132 without loss off of 27.
Oh, an absolute seed there from Nancy Harmon. Floated up, got Routledge propping onto the front foot, and it gripped and turned and beat her outside edge there.
That is a beauty.
Not far away from that breakthrough that Sussex so desperately need right now. Full of that time and driven, get through for a single. Green can't gather cleanly though, and managed to rotate the strike. Again, long on comes inside the ring though for Downer. Bit wide that time, beats King behind the stumps. Wilkinson doing the fielding, chasing it down, running it down before it reaches the ropes. Pick up a couple runs with that one. Flighted up very full. A big swing, and actually still turns quite a long way past the gloves of Rachel King there. Shorter that time and cut away. Harmon has had a big impact in previous games against Middlesex. That last one was a no ball, and free hit here for Izzy Routledge. Floated up full toss. That one's just slapped away into the leg side. Possibly going to be another no ball there.
It is, yeah, it's been signalled.
I think it will be too high. Full toss there, head height that time. This time Downer and face up to it. Shorter that time, cuts away, finds the gap. Good race away for 4. And it does, beats Phoebe Wilkinson to the rope there. Well put away there by Downer. Just rocking onto the back foot and just slashes that one through the offside for 4. Very much grown into this innings. Has Downer. Short and wide again, and again cut away, this time in front of square. As we're nearing the 150 mark now, 145 without loss. 2 balls remain in the 28th over here. Been Pretty long and quite expensive over for Harman so far, but she has bowled a few beauties in between. That one's chipped up in the air. It's going to fall short though of Kiara Green running round to her left. Slightly fortuitous again there.
Yeah, there's been chances.
Not far away from the hands of the Sussex skipper.
Ooh.
Dug in a little bit more, but still gripped and ripped off the surface. There has been a fair amount of turn this pitch has offered. 146 without loss, 28 overs gone. The partnership continues to climb here. Izzy Routledge, 64 from 79. Downer now 67 off 93. It's been an hour and 45 minutes. These two have been out there. A few chances perhaps hinting at coming. A few slices up in the air. A few that have fallen not far away from the fielders. But it's not quite fallen Sussex's way so far today.
Talitha Stanley, number 26 from the sea end. Oh, that's just about come down all right for stop it from being a head height no ball. Suddenly dropped at the last minute. Score predictor now suggesting 321. That would be beefy. Downer on strike, so of course Alan Lewis comes up from long on to mid on. That'll be a wide. Ticking over these two. Downer 68, Routledge 65. Worcestershire still going just about at the drinks break, 112 for 9 against Glamorgan. And that will take Middlesex on to 150, and this partnership to that as well. Downer 68, Routledge 66. It's come a run rate of 5.2, and it's looking fairly ominous for the Sussex Sharks at the moment. They need breakthroughs and they need them quickly. Played that quite late. It's got through the inner field to the frustration of Talitha Stanley.
Keep plugging in, girls! Go in, girls!
Single to take Routledge on to 67, and Middlesex at the end of the 29th over to 152 without loss.
Just having a look at some of the stats in the competition. Only 3 times has over 200 been chased in the first sort of 7 game weeks of the Metrobank One Day Cup. So Glamorgan have done it twice. And other than that, it's not been an easy chasing competition. I think a lot of chasers of about, well, a lot of skittles, and then under 100, under 150 chasers that have been successful, but actually 200 is often a more than defendable total in the competition, so a task of possibly over 300 will be a massive challenge here for Sussex, despite it looking to be a pretty reasonable pitch. We're going to see Indigo Gentry come back into the attack. She just bowled 2 overs with the new ball early on today. Pretty expensive, going for 16 from the 2, but pretty exciting young seamer. Short and fast the first one, but good stop there from Stanley in at point. Yeah, I spoke to Indigo Gentry during that Leicestershire game down in Arundel. She's over 6 foot, very tall, fast bowler. Been clocked at about 70 mile an hour as well, so looking to use this pace here to perhaps unsettle Routledge and Downer. Use her height to maybe get a bit extra bounce. Oh, and that one just dangles the bat at, does Routledge. Perhaps a slight lapse in concentration there, neither attacking nor defensive with that shot. Can be what that little bit of extra pace can do to batters, just put them in 2 minds, get them to play shots they don't want to play. It's just guided nicely, could be tight for a run out. Oh, direct hit was going to be close. Stanley again in there at point. These two have rotated the strike very nicely so far, Downer and Routledge. It's driven firmly. Harmon out there. Bit of deep cover. Nearing the 30 over mark now. Continues to suggest 320.
Quite an effort to get that from here.
Yeah, they need to up the rate a fair bit. Driven straight. Again off for a quick single. Green collects, has a shy at the stumps, but I think Routledge would have been home safe. Yeah, they normally say what, about double from 30 overs, which would be 310. But that would still take a fair bit of acceleration, which they obviously have the wiggle room to do with 10 wickets in hand. It's driven down the ground again, could be tight for a single, but a slight fumble means Downer's home safe. She's on to 71, Routledge 69, Middlesex 156 without loss, 30 overs gone.
Run a ball from here would take them to 276, which might be a more, well, they might well get more than that, but that seems a more likely end. It's the more likely end, if you like, to somewhere between, 280 and 300 might be the score they're looking at.
I reckon, yeah. I reckon a target of 300 plus will be what Middlesex are thinking, but it will take a little bit of. I'll have to get the skates on a little bit when, these two first up, and then Rogers and Hawley below.
Yeah, it's 8 and over from here, so every over, so they are going to have to crack on a bit.
Kiara Green just changing ends now.
Just over 7 and over gets them to 300, to be fair, but Kiara Green.
Yeah, I think the one thing that will go against Middlesex looking at over 300 is they've not found a boundary with ease It's sort of been the odd pretty expensive over that's kind of kept the rate up above 5s. But generally it's not been completely free-flowing. But they have managed to just rotate the strike really nicely. So if they can kind of build that up and go at 6 and over, for example, maybe even just above 6 and over perhaps would be the more likely score. So even just short of 300s.
Yeah, he talks about not finding the boundary, the regularity. I think there's been one boundary in the last 4 overs. Stop to run there. Just 2 from that over from Kiara Green. 158 without loss at the end of the 31st, and that is, you know, going to, if they're going to get up towards 300 Middlesex, that's the sort of over that will just put the pressure on them a little bit more.
Gentry continues here down the hill. That was just turn into the leg side for Lee to Fields. Driven straight. Ooh, I think that hits Gentry hard, perhaps. She's down. Yeah, on the ankle, was that?
Left ankle, I think.
Was hit very firmly back at her. One bounce into the ankle.
Ooh. That'll be, that she'll feel that one.
She's holding her ankle now. She's up though. Just
Half
kind of
up.
Sitting on her, or kneeling a little bit. Sending for the physio. She's now up, kind of bent over. I think it's one of those that's going to hurt, but perhaps won't have done a huge amount of damage. It's never fun to be hit on the joints, the ankles, the knees, though, is it?
Physio is coming out onto the...
Oh, no, they're sending it back.
Fair enough. Literally got to the boundary rope and did a sort of emergency stop. Suddenly slammed the brakes on. Drinks have also been run out to the Middlesex batters. They don't waste any opportunity, do they, cricketers, to have a drink and a message from the dressing room maybe about what the tactics are from here in the final 20 overs. Let's see if Gentry has any ill effects from that.
Bit of width, and that one's slashed. Just going to be one, though. Harmon fielding really well, charging round on the cover boundary. Yeah, Gentry seemed to be alright that delivery. No issues, not running gingerly or anything. She charges in again now down the hill. Full straight, whipped away nicely. I'll push for a couple. Thoughts of a second, but I think sensibly turned down there. Daisy Mullins doing the fielding out on our left in front of the pavilion. There's a good smattering of fans around the ground today, all generally bathing in the sun. Over to our left here from the media centre. Driven this time into the offside. They're going to take on the arm of Nancy Harmon. They're not.
Wise decision.
I agree. It was. You saw her a couple of deliveries ago, fielding well and cutting off, and she does exactly the same that time. Fielding on her own in front of the pavilion. Slightly shorter boundary. Full toss, whipped into the leg side. Could run away to the rope, it does. Full toss that time from Gentry and dispatched by Routledge. Just flick of the wrist through the leg sides. We'll pick up 4 for the total. Middlesex 166 without loss, 32 overs in. Wasp still thinks 320. This partnership does continue to build. Both batters halfway to 100 after passing 50 a few overs ago. Both did it just before drinks.
Yeah, back-to-back deliveries, isn't it?
They've been pretty much in tandem for quite a while, these two.
Yeah, lockstep between the pair of them in terms of their scores.
I think Downer was a little bit slower to get going. Routledge sort of raced to 30 and Downer took a bit of time starting. But it's very much caught up and been equally impressive. Interesting to see how Middlesex do look to go on from here. Kind of almost can think of it as a bit of a T20. 10 wickets in hands. Sort of 18 overs, just under 18 overs to go now. They've obviously not got the power play, 6 over power play at the top, but you do have 2 set batters. I reckon they might start to go to nearer the 40th over before these two really look to expand, perhaps try and close it on centuries. Another one punched into the offsides.
It's not an easy pitch to time the ball, and that's possibly why we've not seen sort of the number of boundaries you might expect at this stage, although there have been 14. Yeah, it's less than a third of the runs coming from boundaries. I feel like perhaps less than you might expect. Maybe more even 50-50 generally. It's just chipped down the ground. Pretty sensible shot in some ways. Didn't try and overhit it with Anna Lewis down here on the rope. Yeah, there's a temptation, isn't there, to say, well, if Anna Lewis had been in her mid-on position, then there's a chance, but of course if she's there you don't play the shot. No. It's always a little chess match between the captain of the fielding side and the batter in terms of where you put your fielders and what you can induce them to do. 170 without loss, 33 overs. Ava Lee, who did her 5 overs worth work in the first spell from the C end, is now going to try luck from the Cromwell Road end. Yeah, good to see her coming back in with it.
Interesting, we've not seen Anna Lewis return to the attack. It was pretty impressive with her first 5 overs.
She's too busy shuffling between mid-on and mid-long on.
Well, that one jags back there from Lee. She has got a bit of purchase in her opening 5 overs, bowling up the hill.
Yep.
See Kiara Green and Nancy Harmon both bowling from the Cromwell Road end though. Oh, on that one! Absolute ripper again there. Could have had a stumping opportunity. It did just too much though, and Rachel King behind the stumps, unable to collect. We'll have a look at the replay here. Great piece of bowling, bit of flight, and yeah, just I think gripped almost too much, more than King was expecting in the surface. Use of feet again. This time out to skipper Kiara Green.
Still to come in the Middlesex lineup: Mia Rogers, Saskia Hawley, the captain, Reva Pindoria. It's hit King, isn't it? I think as it's gone through.
Into the leg side. Yeah, those are tricky ones as a keeper, kind of between batter and bat, and you're almost just having to kind of guess how much you think it's going to turn. And you know, we've only seen the 5 overs from Lee today, so King's not had a huge amount of time watching her and how much it's turning off the pitch, particularly from this end. Good again from Lee. I've been impressed with her, not only today but in the last couple of games as well. Off the back of a very impressive 5 for last game against Northamptonshire. Shorter that time, cut away, but good piece of fielding there by Stanley again in there at point. Her usual position.
Yeah, it was helps Sussex restrict Northamptonshire, bowled them out for 171, but Sussex slipping to 114 at Horton. Prior to that, beat Leicestershire at Arundel by 56 runs. They set the pace on that occasion, 272 for 8. Leicestershire bowled out for 216. Lost though to Gloucestershire by 119 runs. Gloucestershire 286 for 9, Sussex 167, that was at Hove. They did beat Kent here back in May in the first part of the competition. That was by 42 runs. Sussex made 300 for 8. Kent 258 for 6 in response. And then at Worcester they beat Worcestershire by 29 runs. Sussex 255, Worcestershire bowled out for 221. But a rather blink and you miss it match at Hove against Yorkshire, bowled out for 77 Sussex, and Yorkshire knocking that off for the loss of just 1. And away at Derbyshire is their final fixture. Of course, when you have 9 games and you play teams only once, it does mean that some teams have that benefit of the 5-4 home match splits, and of course that benefits Sussex on this occasion. They're going to pick up a second here. There's an appeal. Nothing doing. She had to really take that in from a long way out, Rachel King.
Routledge did just turn and go. It was a fraction slow perhaps. Oh, I think that's out. I think she might have escaped
short there. I'd like to see that again at some point. We'll see spinners, it's difficult to fit the replays in. And despite Anna Lewis going from mid-on to long-on, it does tend to be in the women's game that there's less fiddling around with the field than in the men's. But let's just see here. Of course, they took the 1 fairly placidly, and then bails are off. Not the tension mounts.
They're just teasing us. That's very tight either way.
obviously it's difficult for an umpire live, and we haven't got the benefit of the replays. But I just want to have a. But we're going to end up. It's because they ambled through for the first. Yeah, she's
short.
out. She's out there. Sussex have missed out on that one. I don't know if they will have the benefit of that in the dressing room. They're having a look there, possibly on the stream. Oh.
Yeah, I think they agree it's
Yeah.
out as well.
Oh, some disgruntled faces.
It's a shame. It's just not quite fallen Sussex's way today, has it? You know, a few opportunities that haven't been given by umpires, a few...
Watch this, they run through. Now Routledge wants the second immediately. If they'd have gone to the other end, they'd have had an even better chance. But yeah, that looks short to me. Anyhow, as I say, the umpire has a difficult job because it's all in real time.
That one's hoiked into the leg side. Good swing and great
Good
piece of
fielding.
fielding out there, Mullen. Again, they're coming back for two.
I have to say that the running has not been altogether convincing. They've taken some sharp runs, but sometimes I don't know if it's the communication or whether it's the fact that it tends to be one wants it more than the other, I think.
This one's chipped up in the air. Could be the wicket. It is taken by the captain. Finally, the breakthrough for the home side here. Sussex. Downer falls for 79. A very good 79. But Ava Lee, off the back of a fifer, picks up the first. 35 overs in. Just floated up nicely by the off here. Use of feet, but didn't get to it, and just sliced it up in the air.
Miles away from the pitch of the ball. 81 for Downer after that 2 at the start of the over, and she's fallen. You do wonder, don't you? I mean, we spoke earlier about the fact they wanted her to go down the ground because I think they felt that she was less proficient through that area. And it's possibly become, if you pardon the pun, it's become her downfall. But an excellent, I mean, let's reflect first of all, obviously the innings itself, 81. But let's reflect on that partnership, 181, sensational stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously there have been a few opportunities, but generally it was a pretty chanceless partnership between the two.
There you go.
Yeah, just kind of just rotated the strike with ease, really, looking for a lot of singles out towards generally the fielder on the cover boundary and into the leg side, a sort of square leg, fine leg as well. Not looking to be overly aggressive, not looking to try and over-hit the ball, and just batted sensibly as much as anything else did Downer and Routledge together.
And also, it's fair to say, I think Ava Lee's deserved that wicket.
Yes, yeah, I think she's been really impressive with the ball. Got a lot of turn in the pitch, a lot of purchase from the surface. And yeah, rightfully so with the first wicket of the day. She's into Mia Rogers now. Rogers just pushes one out into the offside first up. On loan from Durham is Rogers. Sunrisers Academy though, so probably knows a few of the Middlesex team pretty well.
Worcestershire, by the way, have been bowled out for 116 against Glamorgan.
So that could be very, very useful
Yorkshire,
for Sussex's hopes.
absolutely. Yorkshire 161 for 5 the last time. And they're now 177 for 5, sorry, against Northants in the 34th over.
That one's just flicked into the leg side. Not quite going to reach the boundary, but they'll pick up a couple for it.
Good fielding again out there. It was well placed, and I think it's because it was going uphill that it's not quite found the boundary. Good turn again. So a reminder that Sussex need to win their final 2 matches and hope Yorkshire and Worcestershire both lose their final 2 to try and qualify. Well, at the moment this one not quite going Sussex's way, of course. But Worcestershire, 116 all out, so strong hopes there from a Sussex perspective. And Yorkshire 177 for 5 against Northants.
Yeah, it's been a good fight back for Yorkshire, who were 58 for 4 at one stage, but Olivia Thomas has actually just fallen 177 for 6. Oh, that's a lovely shot there.
Yeah, lovely little sweep, and first one we've seen of those really, and a boundary. Reverse sweep. Found the gap. And 4. Despite the attentions of Letha Stanley. And again, this time Stanley will go chasing, and she will pick this up this time, I think. Will she? Yes. Wasn't as much on that sweep this time, and again with the hill, it's helping slightly.
It's quite an interesting one looking at Yorkshire's team, because obviously with them going professional next year, they managed to sign a few big names, someone like Lauren Winfield-Hill, who's actually not with the team at the moment, Stair Callis as well, both out with the hundreds. I think Rachel Slater might be as well, so they're missing sort of 3 of their perhaps bigger name stars in the side, and won't have them for either this game or the next, you wouldn't think, with the 100 final next weekend. So this could perhaps, hinder them in their search for the semi-final. Beth Langston, I feel like she's playing today, but I think might have been picked up in the 100 and maybe just released, or perhaps not been picked up this year. But yeah, they're 177 for 6 now, Yorkshire, so still an opportunity for Sussex.
Again, Rogers on the sweep, and again finding the fence. So, tell you what, it's been a lively introduction to the innings for Mia Rogers.
Yeah, showing her Tier 1 pedigree at the moment. The batter.
End of that over, 12 off it from Kiara Green. Mainly down to the sweeping of Mia Rogers, who is on 12. Izzy Routledge is on 86. And Middlesex are 196 for 1.
Yeah, Rogers has very much has come out with intent here. Has swept and reverse swept to great effect, and I'm sure will continue to do that with Lee and Green. You're assuming will just get through their overs each now. Lee with 3 overs still to go. Green, I think, has a couple less. Yeah, just the one left for the skippers. Possibly a change in helmet here. Obviously this is Mia Rogers' debut for Middlesex. Having been up in the northeast for the majority of the season, so perhaps not quite got fully fitting kit yet.
But you said you saw her warming up in a
Durham
top.
She's at least in Middlesex attire at the moment. Just turned into the leg side. I think she might be wearing Anisha Dissanayaka's kit though, by the looks of it, who is number 26, and I think that is, yeah. So they haven't got her own kit yet, Mia Rogers. One's floated up again and flicked into the leg side. Could be tight for a run out. Oh, not far away again. Got to be careful running to Nancy Harmon. Very sharp fielder. She ordered the single pretty quickly. I think, yeah.
Yeah, would have been gone.
If Lee could have gathered cleanly. Floated up again and driven again. This time into the offside. Collis with a good stop, but couldn't, sort of kind of got that stuck underneath her body there. Unable to get the throw away quick enough.
Nice back heel onto the stumps from Ava Lee.
Yeah, doing her best Chloe Kelly impression there. It's whipped into the leg side, beats the dive of Nancy Harmon and picks up 4 with that. Does Izzy Routledge, moves into the 90s. Just a fraction full from Lee, and Routledge cashes in. Brings up the 200 for Middlesex as well. 202 for 1. 37.4 overs in. This time whipped a bit squarer, behind square, towards Anna Lewis. Uses his feet there, does Rogers, but in the end it's fired a bit wider from Lee, and she can only just dab that one for a dot ball. Ends the 38th over though, still 203 for 1. Wasp still says over 300, and perhaps with Rogers' intent, that's actually perhaps more of a possibility.
Yeah, 12 overs to go.
I wouldn't be surprised as well if we see Routledge, you know, in 2 or 3 overs time really going, if she can get to that milestone. But I think either way, Mia Rogers is going to look to be pretty offensive, pretty attacking against Green and Lee at least.
So they need to go over 9s for the rest of the innings if they're to get to that score predictor. 3:15.
It's more than possible, I guess, but it
would require a couple of big overs, wouldn't it?
An impressive feat if Middlesex can get there. I think thoughts of sort of 280 perhaps more likely.
Yeah. That's about a run a ball from here.
Perhaps somewhere in between.
Full short, there was a chance of catch, but it was always looping up rather than in an arcing trajectory towards the fielder.
Yeah, again we see Rogers there though, looking to sweep, and she got right the way across her stumps.
Routledge out into the leg side, briefly thought about a second. Certainly Rogers was up for it, but she's been showing positive intent in everything she's done so far, Mia Rogers. She does again there, although one bounce into the hands of the fielder on the fence, which will have annoyed her. So 4 off that over, which, you know, I know they will, you know, look to put their foot down, but that's just an indication of how difficult it is to get up towards 300, because we keep saying, you know, oh, they'll go. Well, Sussex still keeping them pegged down a little. Run rate 5.3.
I think no matter what Middlesex end up on, it will likely require the highest successful chase in the competition. Currently 227 on Morgan against Kent, so it's going to be a pretty big ask for for the home side here to try and keep their semi-final hopes alive, but still an opportunity, still possible. Leon continues, use of feet. That one's guided sumptuously over the offsides. Exquisite drive there.
That's one of the shots of the innings for me, that. And Mia Rogers has been excellent.
Just used her feet, got to the pitch, and just smashed it, but without any effort over the top of the offside into the advertising boards. Over towards the silly point, currently situated just behind the extra cover boundary.
Yeah, nice little bar area where they've had beer festival yesterday.
Sweeps again does Rogers, just going to get the one though.
It's a bit uppish, wasn't it, that? But no fielder in place to take advantage.
Yeah, just sort of didn't fully get a hold of it, slightly kind of lofted a fraction. Harmon, the only fielder inside the ring on the leg side, but much straighter in there at mid-wicket. Full toss and Routledge can just bunt that down the ground. She's on to 95. So we're nearing the 40th over here. Or the end of the 40th over, I should say. Rogers going down the ground again, just one bounce. Slight fumble. Out towards Lewis down there again. Oh, and that jags back and gets the wicket. Absolute ripper there from Ava Lee to dismiss Izzy Routledge. What an absolute seed from the offie. Jagged back an absolute mile. What a delivery that is. It's a shame to see the back of Izzy Routledge there after a fabulous inning. She goes for 95 off 114. 9 fours along the way and batted beautifully throughout the innings to really give Middlesex a proper platform here in the final 10 overs to look to really explode and push on for near or possibly over 300s.
Well, Ava Lee, the day before her 20th birthday, is bowling very nicely indeed. Has the wicket of Routledge, which ends that superb innings for her.
Number 13, Saskia Hawley.
Saskia Hawley, now the skipper for Middlesex, comes to the crease. Routledge 9 fours, 114 balls in that innings of 95.
Just flicked into the leg side first up there for the Middlesex captain. 215 for 2, 40 overs gone.
So 10 overs remain. Obviously, if they go at the current rate, that will give them 269.
That's absolute minimum you'd think for Middlesex.
Absolutely,
They'd be very
yeah.
disappointed to end up below that.
So it's 40 overs for Middlesex of 200.
280 is probably
280 is probably what they'll be looking for, which requires another, requires 6.5 and over from here.
even that I would say is kind of not expected, but that would be a good effort from them. 300 I reckon is going to be in the back of their minds as well though.
2 for 45 for Ava Lee, she's bowled superbly.
So we're going to have a change of bowling. Anna Buckle back into the attack. Pretty expensive 3 overs up the top.
None for 21.
It's been pretty impressive throughout the season though. in this format, so I think she'll be a little bit disappointed with how she bowled earlier.
I wonder if she'll go through the final 5 overs from this end.
Yeah, I guess they'll have a look and see how she goes through these first couple. I reckon she'll bowl. I'm surprised she bowls less than 3 now, and as you say, possibly look to just bowl throughout the death here. Lee's still got 1 more from the other end, but Green's done. So it'll be between Buckle, Lewis, I'd like to see probably come back. Stanley's been pretty impressive as well. And then Indigo Gentry, if they want a bit more pace perhaps. But she has been a little bit looser as well.
Anna Buckle, born in Chichester. They wanted 2 and they've got 2. She studied international relations at Leeds, did Anna Buckle, and she lived in France for a year as part of that. Oh!
Absolute ripper, just squares up Hawley.
Saskia Hawley surveys her surroundings, sees where the gaps are. Wide one from Buckle. Hawley's able to cut that out to the boundary rider. Four from the over so far, 3 balls to come. Now Lewis once again, long off to long mid on, long on to mid on. Sorry. When they've got it right, the Sussex bowlers, partly because of the pace of the pitch, it's been difficult to score off, and they've got their field, they're close in, their inner ring field pretty much spot on. Not much has gone past them. That's gone off something. It'll be a boundary, I suspect. It will. And it's got some bat on it. So 4 more for Mia Rogers, moves her on to 25. Yep, just flip that leg side-ish one away. Anna Buckle still a little bit both sides of the wicket. 223 for 2. How can she respond here? Well, it's an important dot, end of the 41st, 8 off the first over of these last 10. So if they were to continue along that vein, then they would get up towards 300.
Some of the big news in the cricketing world this week. England announced their World Cup squad, taking place in India in just over a month's time. Pretty expected, the majority of it. Heather Knight obviously comes back in, having missed out against India with her injury. Sarah Glenn and Danny Wyatt-Hodge included as well, having not played much over the summer. Kate Cross, the big omission.
She's none too impressed, Cross, has to be said, by it.
Yeah, she talked about it on the Nobles podcast. Not sure if you heard of that, but if you heard that, sorry. but she, as you say, was, I think, a bit taken aback that she isn't going to be travelling with the team to India. So again, another one bunted down the grounds.
Good bit of reflexive work from Mia Rogers there to get out of the way.
Yeah, what did you make of the fact there's no Kate Cross in that squad?
Well, you obviously, we'll just watch. Curious little shot. You obviously have to juggle your resources. You have to look at obviously the conditions in India. Yeah, and you can only take, a certain number. And
reverse comes out there. She's going to run away down the hill for 4 runs. Another really inventive, lovely shot there from Mia Rogers.
She's been superb, hasn't she? She's shown so much invention. And if she stays till the end, then I reckon that will be the key to Middlesex getting 300. But they've gone past, what did you say the highest successful run chase was in this?
227.
Yeah, so they've just gone past that, which I thought they had. They've just gone past that with that shot, so...
Yeah, I think Kent set 227 and Glamorgan chased that one down surprisingly comfortably, sorry. Across the stumps this time goes Rogers. Just drops it into the leg side to get through for the single.
Records, of course, are there to be broken, and it wasn't that long ago that Sussex men had their own club record run chase successfully completed against Lancashire in a thriller.
Use of feet there, and Hawley just again another one sliced out into the outfield. They're going to push for 2. Good arm means it could be tight. Good running there. I think Gentry out there just slightly overran it and almost got done by the spin, but recovered well.
That's another 8 from that over. So yeah, so they've got 8 off the first 2 overs of the last 10, if you follow me. So yeah, another 64 from the last 8 would put them at 295. So obviously then if they push on any further, then we are looking at 300 plus. And that, I mean, I know we talked about the fact that would be a competition record run chase anyway, but 300 psychologically does have a complete, that makes it feel even more daunting, even if it's the difference between 299 and 300.
Yes, yeah,
is psychologically completely different. And we're going to get a single chipped into the leg side there. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, it's the World Cup squad, I suppose. The problem for a captain and a coach is that you will end up with a tournament squad. You'll end up living and dying by the outcome.
Yes.
And sometimes players' stocks rise when they are not there, and you may think, well, if only we had a Kate Cross in the team. That whipped away by Saskia Hawley for 4. And this formidable Middlesex batting lineup is starting to take the game on and finding the boundary rope now with more regularity. 11 from 8.
Yeah, England have only got 3 frontline seamers in the squad, which is,
I suppose, in Indian conditions though. Oh, just short. Perfect line for the fielder there, but
yeah, good field placement there.
yeah, literally didn't have to move.
No, one bounce out towards her down at fine leg. Yeah, they've got, I think Lauren Bell, probably England's first choice seamer, leader of the attack now. Lauren Filer brings the pace, and then Em Arlott, a mix of new ball and change-ups, cutters as well, but also can bat, which I think is pretty handy.
Oh, no, that's not good running.
And I do wonder, I think it was probably between Kate Cross and Em Arlott if they were just going to select the 3 seamers, and I think the fact Em Arlott not only bats very, very well, made a fabulous 100 earlier this year down at Essex that I was lucky enough to see, but also probably a bit more reliable death bowler.
What a shot that is. That's glorious. Mia Rogers continues to dazzle, almost taking it in front of the stumps, and Rachel King left nonplussed by the whole affair. 10 off this over, so yeah, Middlesex really are on course now for 300, you suspect, with these two well set. .241 for 2, end of the 43rd.
Yeah, so I think it was the second that Charlotte Edwards and Nat Silverbrunt decided they wanted just the 3-seamers, and they've probably got an extra batter more than usual in there. Emma Lamb obviously filled a lot of the duties at number 3 throughout the summer, and pretty impressively so, I thought, but Heather Knight comes back into the squad, and also Danny White-Hodge as well, so in theory they have a couple spare batters if needed, but then with the likes of Nat Silverbrunt able to bowl if needed, or well, assuming she will bowl, I think she said that on Sky earlier this week, so I think that's probably England's thinking, is they'll have her, Nat Silverbrunt, plus either 1 or 2 frontline seamers, Lauren Bell, Lauren Filer or Em Arlott, depending on situation, depending on pitches. As Lewis comes in, change of bowling, that one's launched into the leg side, all the way for 6 it is. Saskia Hawley just dispatching Lewis, first ball, down towards the pavilion, just picked that one up and just placed it over the rope for 6.
Yep, first maximum of the innings, and this has got a very ominous look to it now for Sussex.
I'm not sure Lewis got that too much wrong, just a fraction straight, and Hawley taking full advantage to whack her over the leg side. They're just dropping fielder back to the rope, and Hawley just instead nudges one down the ground for a single. Hawley originally born in Australia, played Australia under 19, but now a Scottish international.
The usual route.
And was absolutely crucial in Middlesex's T20 Blast victory earlier this summer. Leading run scorer, leading wicket taker. Just dropped into the offside. Sorry, 4th leading run scorer in the competition, 4th leading wicket taker in the competition. 200, just shy of 250 runs, averaging about 50, striking at over 125, and picked up 12 wickets as well with her more than useful off spin. Lewis in again now, wide at that time, cut away, but a great piece of fielding there. Stanley just plucked that one out of the air at point. Rogers on 35 right now. Hawley catching up after that huge 6 earlier this over on 19. Mia Rogers goes down the ground, and there it is, caught. Rogers had been impressive for her 35, but looked to continue to attack, and in the end falls. Pretty tame dismissal, offering a simple catching opportunity at mid-off. And Lewis picks up a deserved wicket, having come into the attack inside the power play and now returning at the death. She's got 1 for 24 from her 5.5 overs.
Yeah, Kiara Green taking the catch at mid-off. And an important wicket to make sure that Sussex aren't looking at a target that begins with 3, but Rogers, a cameo, 35 off 28, that included 6 fours, and that's really up the ante. Riva Pindoria comes to the crease.
Riva Pindoria.
.248 for 3. Well, you said you wanted to see Anna Lewis back in.
Yeah, wicket with the first over. Obviously he hit for 6 first up, but has come back very well since. Just 1 run and 1 wicket from the next 4 deliveries. I wouldn't be surprised if she bowls possibly up to the death right now. Into Pindoria and just fends that one down to point. Dot ball to end the over. 7 runs from it, but the big wicket of Mia Rogers. Middlesex 248 for 3 now.
Yeah, 6 overs to bowl. Another 52 takes them to 300, so it's just over 8.5 here on in.
What do you reckon they'll end up on then?
I think just the chipping away with the wickets. Hard to start on this wicket. Saskia Hawley still there. Another 6 overs left. They'll probably add another 4. I reckon they'll get 290. I'm going to go 293.
Just shy of 300.
Yeah.
I was thinking possibly if they can get Hawley swiftly now, 288, I was thinking.
Well, that really is a slow one. You're going to run the first one hard. Oh, the misfield produces a boundary.
Yeah, Mullen down there looking to try and cut off the 2. In the end, gives them the boundary, and Middlesex get their 250 up with that as well. Mullen will be disappointed.
Just misjudged the her run towards the ball, really. Really floating it up. A good diving stop. From Indigo Gentry, I think, there.
Talitha Stanley really showing a full array of slower balls at the moment. It's not a bad option. Just trying to get Hawley to try and hit the ball rather than using the pace that Stanley offers. And she'll have to try and muscle one through the infield.
She tries to club that one away and gets a single for her troubles. As Riva Pindoria takes a middle stump guard. Now there's a bit of movement in the field. Short third man in. That's clubbed away. A couple of bounces. And into the hands of Nancy Harmon down there.
Yeah, some more impressive fielding from Harmon. She's been electric in the field so far today, patrolling the boundary for a large part of it.
254 for 3, Middlesex. Push down the ground, Adela Lewis runs in.
Yeah, again, a lovely deceiving slower ball there from Stanley.
What were they at, was it 215 at 40 overs?
Yes.
So they've added 40. almost at the halfway mark in the last 10. So another 40 does get them close to that 300 mark. They'll scramble a leg by here, at least one. They're going to come back for the second. Keeper shouts Rachel King. No harm done from a Middlesex perspective. And at the end of the 45th, 5 overs to bowl, they are 257 for 3.
Yeah, it's been some really good running by Hawley and Pandora so far. Pandora's looking very quick between the wickets.
Not even sure she needed to put the dive in there, but
almost just to get out of the way of the ball, I feel like. Which
yeah,
probably.
Possibly. Well, she had to take the long way around Hawley because Hawley decided to pull rank as captain and just and took the straight line. Yeah. And Pandora went, all right, I'll go round you.
We'll see Lewis continue. Picked up the wicket of Mia Rogers in the back end of the last over. Continue here, coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road ends. Bowling to Hawley, who did dispatch her for 6 first delivery last over. She's got 3 sweepers out on the leg side, 1 out of cover. That one's again pushed out into the leg sides, just for 1. Pandora drops and runs, could be tight for a run out. Hawley's home safe. Lewis possibly could have gone for bowler's end there. Pandora is
difficult to
quick.
tell. Let's see what. Oh, we'll see the side on first of all, but it'd be interesting to see what would happen. What point the batters were when she collected the ball, and whether she got the right option. Let's have a look here. Ooh, yeah, they're
pretty tight either way.
Yeah, I think either way.
That one again clubbed out into the leg side, but finds Harmon, who's currently going from cow corner to cow corner.
I think Kiara Green's got her field placing is pretty good in most parts of this innings.
Yeah, I completely agree. There was possibly only 1 or 2 moments where you maybe could have looked for different fields. This time through the offside, Pandora. Gentry's going to try and cut that one off. Slight fumble means they should come back for 2.
There's a slight hesitation in the middle as well as to whether they should or they shouldn't.
Yeah, I think if Gentry managed to go out cleanly, could have been a bit tighter, but again, good running by Middlesex more than anything else.
It is one of those stages really now where I think you've got to just take on the thrower for a second, turn 1s into 2s.
Slower ball, clubbed around the corners, helped on its way. Will be 4 with that as well. Full toss. And possibly a no ball. Is a no ball. Lewis just getting a length all wrong there. I think that's going to be a free hit.
Yep, it's above waist height, and an apology as well given from Anna Lewis.
Yeah, there's the signal.
Pandora. Not what Sussex need at this stage, is it?
No, with mid on and mid off inside the ring as well. There's opportunities to go straight here, or perhaps look to go across her stumps and go through fine leg again. Looks to go straight, misses everything though. Could be 4 wides with that. Buys. Perhaps a lucky escape there that there's not another free hit. Oh yeah, between bat and pads. I think King will be disappointed again with that. There have been a few.
Charging down, isn't she, there? And slightly fortunate not to, maybe could have been cleaned up as well.
Been an expensive over so far.
14 off it.
Yeah, 1 ball remains. driven by Pandoria. Just as far as Collis in there in the covers. Single to end the 46th over, 272 for 3. I think 300 is possibly
it's
very
inside
on the
now,
cards.
yeah. Yep. I did say it would need 1 or 2 big overs, and that certainly was one of them. We've got 4 overs to bowl, 28 to get to 300, so that would be 7 and over, obviously.
I think probably only a wicket or 2 will be the thing that slows down.
But those become more likely if the batters are trying to play expansive shots. So, but they don't need to be that expansive to get to 300 now. They run a ball plus, well, certainly a boundary and over would get them there, and you know, a run a ball plus, you know, maybe turn one of those ones into 2. Good running again.
Yeah, I think Pandora's just got in her mind, drop and run.
Absolutely, yeah, every time.
Get Hawley back on strike, who, as we've seen, is hitting them pretty cleanly.
Yeah, there'll come a point in the next over or 2 where Saskia Hawley will go for the aggressive, ultra aggressive option. At the moment, she obviously wants to make sure she's there for the coup de grace. Good ball from Talitha Stanley. So a reminder then, no team has successfully chased more than
227.
227.
So 228 was the target, I should say, sorry.
And they've gone way past that, Middlesex. And that will clean up Riva Pandoria as she tries to whip one away through the leg side, and Talitha Stanley gets her wicket. Floaty one beaten, and the off stump knocked back.
Yeah, again another really good slower ball from Stanley. Very smart bowling at the death so far. Tossed a few up and just taken the pace out of deliveries, and actually used what's been a little bit of a tired pitch to great advantage. Saw the spinners.
Olivia Kibler is next in.
Yeah, we saw the spinners, Ava Lee in particular, really being impressive earlier in the game, and using that same tired pitch as well, and Stanley now with her slower balls looking to do the same.
20 balls remain in the innings. Middlesex 26 short of 300.
Yeah, before Hawley's last innings, that ton she made against Leicestershire, she struggled a little bit in this competition, but has found form during the blast. Really good start there by Stanley. Yeah, Hawley is very much kind of used that freedom you get that in T20 that little bit more to great advantage. Found her form, found herself, just freed it up a little bit. Looking to kind of push on with this Middlesex side as they look to try and keep their unbeaten streak going in the competition.
And that will be Kibler's first run. It will mean that she's on strike at the start of the next over, which I don't suppose will disappoint Sussex too much.
Yeah, just 3 overs to go here.
Now they're back needing 8 and over to get to 300. So good over that from Talitha Stanley. Included the wicket of Riva Pindoria, bowled for 10. And that's how the scorecard looks at the moment. That incredible first partnership between Downer and Routledge. Downer 81 and Routledge 95, both succumbing to Ava Lee. Rogers out for 35, Pindoria for 10.
It's probably going to be mainly down to Hauler now. A little bit of Kibler, but to try and push Middlesex onto that 300 mark. Oh, not far away from the stumps, that first one. Kept low from Lewis.
Yeah, this might be where they say everything must go. Middlesex batters will be looking to club everything.
I'd be tempted as the batting side to send when you send Newbass out, just trying to get off strike, get Hawley back onto face. That one's chipped out towards cover. They'll just take the single. Smart again, and does get Hawley back on. 28 off 18 she currently is. One monster 6 along the way. Couple 4s alongside it. Short, smash into the leg side. One bounce and over the rope. Too short from Lewis, and Hawley just picked that one up early. Sent it crashing out into the leg sides.
Yeah, bisected the 2 fielders. Every boundary now. It's a bit of a dagger, that, and a no ball as well, was it?
Oh yeah, fine leg was outside the ring, I think. And they had 5 outside the ring by the looks of it. Long on and fine leg as well. That one slapped down the grounds, over the top of Kiara Green's heads. Back-to-back boundaries here for Middlesex. Not what Anna Lewis and Sussex will be hoping for. This 300 looks almost like a certainty now.
Yep.
It's been an impressive display with the bat all day today from the visitors.
All tournament, really.
Yes, yeah. Opening partnership of about 160 odds.
They won't quite get to the total, I don't suppose, they made against Gloucestershire, which was 336.
Leg sides, wide signal by the umpire. They get through for a single as well.
Yeah, the shoulders look like they're beginning to slump a little now out there in the field. I think possibly that administrative error has really taken the air out of Sussex's sails.
Wider that time, and Kibler just cuts that one away. Hawley happy to retain strike.
Yeah, run rate over, nudging over 6 again now, so 300 very much on. Score predictor is 316, which might be a little ambitious, I think, possibly. Required 28 from the last 14.
That one's bunted straight. Currently 28 extras throughout the innings for Sussex, which I think is just disappointing them.
And what's the splits with those?
15 wides, 6 no balls, 5 byes, 2 leg byes.
And the problem with the no balls, of course, is they're then followed by the free hits, so that costs you even more. Though a couple of them, of course, early on didn't cost them anything, did it?
That's another one down the leg side, another wide to add to the tally. And it also just means you end up having to bowl an extra sort of 20 deliveries probably they've had to, an extra best part of 3-4 overs. Which means you're out there for an extra 10-15 minutes perhaps if if it really starts to add up.
Got no problem with the cut-off time.
This one, Kibler just mishits down the grounds. Ends the over there, 290 for 4. 2 overs to go. Run rate at over 6 for the first time today, I think.
Apart from early on, I think, where they were...
Oh, first couple overs, yes, you're right. Yeah, first 5 overs. They were definitely above 6s.
But 2 overs to go. If they bowl those well, it's possible they'll limit them to under 300, but...
Probably got to get rid of Hawley.
You'd suspect so. Talitha Stanley will bowl out here. One more over from her, 1 for 42 so far. That might be 4 more, it is, just beyond Anna Lewis. Lewis is going to stay wider at long on after that shot. That's shovelled round to deep mid wicket where Nancy Harmon does the fielding.
Hawley just giving Kibler a little bit of advice about Stanley's slower balls. Back of the hand slower balls, a few cutters as well. We've seen so far from the seamer. There's another.
Yeah, it's sometimes difficult, I think, especially for a new batter to actually get a hold of that. That did all sorts. She sort of played the shot before it even arrived. But, Sussex have got to 300 in this competition this season. That was batting. Oh, that ball spun a little bit. That was batting first against Kent. They made 300 for 8 here at Hove.
Run out.
Oh, run out.
Looking to come back for 2 there. A great throw in from the deep. Ava Lee, that was.
That was
out the blue a little bit. I think it wasn't quite a fumble from Ava Lee, but she almost overran it. I think that maybe just gave Kibler the idea of coming back for a second, but ended up just running herself out there.
Kibler was run out by Ava Lee for 4.
She sets off pretty swiftly, turns, hesitates a long time.
But yeah, good work actually in the end.
The incoming batter for Middlesex, number 23, Sonali Patel.
Sonali Patel comes to the crease. Yeah, I was distracted by my notes. I thought that was a simple single, and then they dashed back for the second and got run out. Basic error from me there. That was like a fumble in the deep. Stanley continues. Inside edge. They might well take 2 here. Yeah, they will. Takes them to 298 with 7 balls to go. So 300 is there for the taking. Plus a little bit more. So the end of Talitha Stanley's bowling, 1 for 50 for her.
Time for Stanley, 10 overs, no labours, 1 for 50.
Pretty impressive spell from her generally. Good death bowling at the ends. Keep fighting, try and keep Middlesex down at under 300s. Possibly Anna Buckle on for the final over now. Lewis just being that little bit more expensive at the back end of her most recent spell. Looks like they'll have 3 out on the leg side for Buckle's final over here. Deep square, deep mid wicket, long on. A sweeper in front of the scoreboard at deep cover as well. Saskia Hawley facing up here. Launches another one into the leg side, could be gone, no, fall short of Nancy Harmon. Moves the side onto 299. Brings Sonali Patel onto face. Currently 2 off 2. Hit that the last ball that last over very firmly. Straight down the grounds. But didn't get any runs for it. Picked up a 2 first up. Just dropping third man out and bringing up long on, so possibly encouraging her to hit straight again, not giving her an easy single with mid wicket inside the ring as well as deep mid wicket. That's an overstep there, and that will be 300 for Middlesex. A really impressive innings so far from them. Still 5 balls to go. They have been hugely, they've been brilliant with bat and hands. Started from the get-go with that spectacular opening partnership between Downer and Routledge. They made 181 as a pair. Downer 81, Routledge 95, and since then Rogers and Hawley have really continued to accelerate. Buckle in again now. And that one, another one, sent out into the leg side, will be 4 as well. Pulled away into the deep. And on to 305 go the visitors. Wider this time. Hawley looking to back away a fraction. I think just sneaks inside the blue tram lines that time. Good wide Yorker there from Buckle.
She'd love her 50, wouldn't she, by the end?
Yeah, just one hit is all it could take right now. She's got 3 balls remaining to get there and 3 balls remaining in the innings. Full toss, helped on its way out to deep square leg. Going to pick up 2, wants to come back for the free hit. Will make it comfortably. Moves her on to 49.
It's falling apart towards the end, this Sussex bowling, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been just a little bit disappointing with the number of extras in particular. As the umpire again signals another free hit. Still 3 balls to go here for Hawley. Smashed high into the sky, doesn't fully get hold of it, but will get her 50. She comes back for 2. A little bit tight for the run out, but makes it back and brings up a quick fire 50 there from just 28 deliveries. Been crucial in pushing her sides onto well over 300, and actually it's going to be another free hit. Anna Buckle is struggling now.
And the next delivery will also be a free hit.
And Hawley has even more of an opportunity to go big again. This time whipped just for the one out to deep mid wicket. But not another no ball. Buckle managing to keep her foot behind the line that time. Patel facing up here. 2 balls remaining. Big, thick outside edge. Could race away for 4. That's a shame. It's a genuine edge, that one. Patel swinging hard. It races away down the hill. Not far away from that outstretched right hand of Rachel King behind the stumps. But when it's going your way, it can really go your way, and that's just more luck for Middlesex, more unluckiness for Sussex. And that one dispatched down the ground. What a way to end the innings here for Middlesex. A flurry of boundaries in this final over pushes them on to a hugely impressive 320 for 5. 50 overs done here at the First Central County Ground down in Hove, and Middlesex with an imperious total. Downer and Routledge up top, setting the platform before Rogers and Hawley just put Sussex to the sword, and the home side just didn't have an answer.
No, they really didn't, and as I said, they were on course to try and restrict Middlesex to under 300 at one point, but really the last few overs the bowling just started to look a little tired and wayward. So Sussex will be chasing a competition record 321 to win. It's Middlesex, not quite Middlesex's highest total of the tournament, that was 336, but it's certainly up there. They've been brilliant, the Middlesex batters, and we'll be back at 2:15 for the resumption of this match. And there's the scorecard. It's 186 stand at the beginning with Artemis Downer and Izzy Routledge at the top, 81 and 95 respectively, before Ava Lee removed both. Mia Rogers 35 from 28. Reva Bindoria added 10. There was a run out for Kibler, but Saskia Hawley helping. Look at that Manhattan from about 45 overs on. Huge last over as well, taking them beyond, well beyond 300. And we'll have a look at the rest of the tail of the tape from this match, and so we'll be back in just under half an hour's time.
Time to welcome back our umpires, Julia Jarvis and Rena Chandara. The Middlesex fielding side, led by captain number 13, Saskia Hawley. And with the Sharks acquiring 321 runs at 6.4 runs per over, Sussex's opening batters, number 10, Izzy Collis, and number 50, Phoebe Wilkinson.
Well, welcome back to the First Central County Ground at Hove for the resumption of this Metro Bank Women's One Day Cup match between Sussex Sharks and Middlesex. Middlesex setting an imposing, or reaching an imposing 320 in their 50 overs. So 321 for Sussex Sharks to chase down. Izzy Collis and Phoebe Wilkinson opening up.
There's a lot for them to do today. Sussex to try and get anywhere near what will be by quite a long way the largest ever chase in this competition.
It's the voice of Toby Reynolds alongside myself, Andrew Rayburn. Hello to you, wherever you're listening to us. And
looks like Lauren Turner will be taking the new ball here for Middlesex. Collis facing up first. Wilkinson pushed up the order here. That was cut away. Good stop though in the covers there, first delivery.
yeah, excellent work.
Just stops the ball racing away along what we've seen today is a very quick outfield here down in Hove. Similar shot, and this time finds the gap. Just rocking off the back foot there is Collis. Punches firmly through the covers. Picks up the first boundary of the day for Sussex.
Yeah, that's a positive sign of intent from Izzy Collis.
It's down the leg side this time from Turner. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Sussex do look to go about constructing this chase. We saw Middlesex put on 105 in the final 10 overs of their innings, having got off to a reasonably slow start, 118 without loss after 25 overs. That, probably most importantly, was they were without loss. They didn't lose their first wicket until past the 35th over. 180 odd opening partnership between Downer and Routledge just gave them the platform for them to really push on. He started to ramp it up, that opening pair, and then Rogers and Hawley, slight misfield there. Ooh, she's possibly clutching her ankle.
And also they've taken 2 as well. Yeah, it's those pitches, isn't it? It's the used pitches. Yeah, and they're going to ask the physio to come on.
Yeah, Reva Pindoria, that is, in there, I think.
She seems to be walking okay. No, the physio's just checking now. Now she's been sent. She sent him away, I think.
Seen a couple of those today. Physios,
yeah,
getting their skates on, charging onto the pitch before being turned back.
Like, no, I'm fine.
Yeah. That's good to see that Pindura can continue. Collis 6 off 4 at the moment, picking up a double that last delivery. This one, another one down the leg sides. A couple of those from Turner. This was weirdly not too dissimilar from the beginning of the previous innings as well. Sussex were fairly loose in the opening 5 overs. Conceded 37 from those, a large part extras and wides down the leg side. A couple no balls as well. Another one down the leg side there. It is a pretty big slope coming down the hill towards us at the sea end. Perhaps just something for players to get used to a little bit. Middlesex obviously have played a couple of games at Lords where similarly a very steep slope. That was a much better line there from Turner.
Yeah, and of course, although that slope at Lords does go, you know,
left to right
beneath you, it does go left to right. Here, obviously, it's from north to south, and it impacts the bowler's run-ups probably slightly more than the one at Lords.
There's another one.
4th wide of the over. Eventually, the score bug won't be able to take it. There won't be room for the. In fact, they're going to have to just cycle along. So it wasn't 4 off the first ball, but it's the second ball. That's all they can fit on there now.
And there it is, dot ball to end the first over.
A prolonged first over.
Yes, very much so. 10 without loss, Sussex here in their attempt to try and chase 321 to win here at Hove. After Middlesex batted first, won the toss, elected to bat, and proved exactly why that was the right decision.
Refueling going on.
I wonder what she's having.
She's certainly not finishing the last mouthful before she.
Opening the bowling from C end. Number 23, Sonali Patel.
Sonali Patel is going to open up from the C end. Faced 5 balls when she had a bat in her hand and scored 10 runs. So just to tell you what's going on in the 2 crucial games from a Sussex perspective. As that finds the fielder. I can tell you that Glamorgan have already beaten Worcestershire. So Worcestershire bowled out for 116 and Glamorgan knocked that off without any wickets down.
Wow. It's a dominant performance as you can have, really.
Yeah, pretty much. Yorkshire finished on 259 for 9.
Oh wow, a very good recovery from them.
So that reply for Northamptonshire has just started. They're 6 without loss at the county ground there. So one result going Sussex's way, one very much in the balance, and this one, while they're up against it. That's off the pad, I think. They'll take a run. Was there any bat on that? Yes, there was, apparently. So Wilkinson is off the mark. Izzy Collis, when she's in form, a very, very good batter. Forced that away, but straight to point.
Yeah, high score of 55 this season so far, Collis. Made a very good 50, that was against Leicestershire a couple of weeks ago down at Arundel. Pretty watchful up top and just put on a big partnership with Molly Adams. Otherwise a couple 30s to her name as well. But not quite made as many runs as she would have hoped for. Spoke to her after that Leicestershire game, and she talks about how she just wants to contribute to the team as much as anything else, and had just been disappointed that she hadn't been able to leading up to that week in Arundel. Of course, there's quite a long batting lineup here for Sussex today as well. Daisy Mullen at 3, Nancy Harmon in at number 4, and then the skipper Kiara Green and Rachel King at 5 and 6. And we'll probably need to see a few pretty big contributions from Sussex's top 6 to try and get them as close to the 320 as possible. Turner continues. That was driven by Wilkinson, but doesn't find the gap. There's Hannah Davis in there at cover. Good piece of fielding. Going onto the pads, but Wilkinson happy to dead bat that one. Taking her time here, Wilkinson, assessing the fields. Absolutely packed offside for her. Oh, that's again another straight one. They're going to scamper through for a single. Indora having to cover round to square leg. Yeah, they had a pretty similar fields that we saw at times in the previous innings, that last delivery. 4 fielders on the offside ring, but also one a little bit tighter, catching an extra cover. Going to see the same field this time. Wide, thick outside edge. Judge is going to come round to cut that one off. Now pick up one. Collis just flashing at a shorter one outside off. Picks up a single for it.
Yeah, Layla Judge doing the tidying up.
Oh, strikes Wilkinson on the pad, but tailing down, you'd have to think.
Mentioned that Ava Lee has her birthday tomorrow when she turns 20. Well, Phoebe Wilkinson is also on the eve of her birthday. She's 22 next Monday.
Another one. It's just pushed down the leg side there by Turner. Been better this over. Just 3 runs from it so far. Having put in a pretty expensive first over, just struggling with her line, a fair few tailing down the leg sides. Oh, and there's the first wicket. Absolute beauty there. dragging back in from Turner, and Wilkinson, just the one stump left standing, departs for 2. Absolute ripper there from Turner. Between bat and pads, net back a long way, and that really puts a dampener on what had been a good first couple overs for Sussex.
Yeah, and it's often the way, isn't it, that after a no ball or a wide, the extra delivery at the end brings a wicket. So end of the third, 14 for 1. Blow to lose Phoebe Wilkinson so early.
New batter for Sussex Sharks, Daisy Mullen.
Daisy Mullen comes to the crease. As that wicket was taken with the last ball of the previous over, Mullen will be just waiting at the non-striker's end. She shadow bats for a moment. Collis taking strike. Just a single there. Indoria fielding. Batting on off stump. Oh, beaten, reaching for it, just slightly off balance. Sussex Sharks 13 points on the table, 3 wins, 4 losses. Asking questions here, Patel. It's the top 3 that will, top 4, sorry, that will progress in this competition, and 4th place still up for grabs. Sussex can win this match and their last match, which is against Derbyshire on Saturday, then they'll put themselves in the frame. But they need Yorkshire and Worcestershire to lose both theirs too. Glorious shot. Glorious shot from Mullen. And a fine way to end the 4th over. Patel just a little bit wide. And Mullen gave it the treatment. So after being beaten a couple of times, Daisy Mullen gets a boundary. And it's 19 for 1.
Yeah, she's actually on loan from Lancashire. Daisy Mullen, one of the many Tier 1 players who around the country just drop down for the odd loan game here and there. She was previously on loan with Glamorgan and actually made 63 not out of 65 against Sussex, so obviously a little bit of scouting from that game brought her down to the south coast for the last week or two. Collis faces up and just drives at that one, defends down the ground. And in case you missed it earlier, there are the Sussex missing 3 players to the Super 4s, the development competition happening at the moment, between 3 England academy teams and the Ireland under-19 team. Molly Adams and Lottie Curling currently both playing in games, both up in Loughborough. Curling took 1 for 40 from her 7 overs against one of the other academy teams. That was cut away nicely, get through for a single, slight misfield, but recovers well. Does Downer. And Molly Adams yet to be called into action. She's in the team 3, taking on Ireland's under-19s. Carded to bat at number 4 in that game, so they're currently 43 for 1, so could be coming out soon. We'll keep you updated throughout. And also one of Middlesex's players taking part in that as well. Pippa Sproul, one of the keepers. She took a catch, playing in the same team as Lottie Curling. Middlesex making 8 changes heading into this game. Just Saskia Hawley, Hannah Davis, and that was left alone there. Just drags her back in. And Artemis Downer retaining their spots heading into this game against Sussex. Downer and Hawley both making big contributions with the bat earlier today as well. Downer falling for 81, Hawley 52. A quick fire 52 at that, off just 29 deliveries. Downer part of that huge opening partnership with Izzy Routledge. They combined to put on 181 for the opening partnership. 20 for 1, 5 overs in now. Sussex in chase of that 320 that they were set by the visitors.
Yeah, they've still needed 301 more and 45 overs in which to get it.
They've not looked to be overly attacking early on, have Sussex, and I think that's not a bad decision. We saw with Middlesex that you can catch up if you do just build a platform, get to 30, 35, 40 overs.
Sonali Patel continuing from the C end. Izzy Collis facing. See now that the score predictor is replaced by the win percentage, which is at 5% for Sussex. Oh, 4% now with that dot ball.
It's going to be a big challenge for Sussex here, despite what looks like reasonable batting conditions. We saw a fair bit of turn from the spinners, but otherwise not too many balls misbehaving in the first innings. Although that first wicket of Phoebe Wilkinson was an absolute beauty that jagged back in from Lauren Turner. Sussex were a little bit unlucky at times, we felt as well. Had a couple of decisions that could have gone their way and very much changed the course of the game. That's a very tight LBW call, an inside edge almost onto the stumps. A few catches that missed fielders by only a couple yards. And then that run out as well, midway through the innings, that on replay looked out but was extremely tight either way.
And that's a really tight over from Sonali Patel. Excellent work from her. A maiden, one leg by coming from it. So Sussex just further being strangled a little bit. 21 for 1 at the end of the 6th.
Here we go, guys!
Lauren Turner to continue here. Expensive first over from the seamer, but managed to fight back well in her second and thirds. Just going for 4 runs compared to 10 off the first. And most importantly, has picked up the sole wicket so far. Collis just sort of jams that one out to fine leg. Patel doing the fielding. Running round there. Full toss and hit firmly down the grounds.
That's a lovely shot, that.
Yeah, proper drive. Slightly missed her length there, but put away nonetheless by Daisy Mullen.
Sort of jabbed at it. And
just timed it really nicely and raced away up the slope.
much needed boundary. They need a few more.
Short of that time and just chipped over mid-wicket's head. 2 fours and 2 balls there for Sussex and for Daisy Mullen. Lovely shot. Just dug in short of that time, but picked up through the leg sides all the way to the rope. Just pushing Sussex onto 30. Still inside the first power play here. 2 fielders outside the ring. That one will be a wide. Signal by the umpire. Yeah, 2 fielders down at third man and fine leg. And still a very tight offside ring field. Which does mean there's not a huge amount of protection on the leg side and can allow, as shown in this over, Mullen to punish Turner through the leg side if she gets her line or length slightly wrong. We've got a backward point, a cover, an extra cover, and a mid-off. There's another one that's wide outside the off stump, another one that's too wide outside those blue tram lines. Just nipped away off the pitch a fraction as well, which didn't help Turner's case. The other 2 fielders in at forward square leg and mid-wicket. So there's a lot of space through the leg sides, which Mullen has taken full advantage of so far. There's another one, this time into the offside. She drives though. front foot to defend is Mullen. Just one ball left in Turner's fourth over here. Wouldn't be too surprised if this could be her last for the moment. A lot of other options Middlesex do have as well. Layla Judge, left armour. Oh, that one though, almost catches the outside edge. Great way to end the over there. Just prodding at it is Mullen. But yeah, lots of options they do have, Middlesex, if needed. As I said, Judge another seamer, left armour. Otherwise it's a lot of spin, which, as we saw in the previous innings, could work into Middlesex's hands here, with the ball just turning and gripping in the surface throughout those middle overs that we saw.
Sonali Patel, who's been very impressive early doors, just 6 runs conceded in her first 3 overs. Collis couldn't quite connect onto that, but she'll get a single nonetheless. Northamptonshire have lost a wicket against Yorkshire. In reply to 259 for 9, they're 18 for 1.
Yeah, it is looking like a very challenging ask here for Sussex to keep their hopes alive of a place in the semi-finals, with 2 record run chases required, not only in this game here for Sussex to win, but also in that Yorkshire game. Northamptonshire needing.
Yeah, that's true, of course. Yeah, Yorkshire setting them 260 to win, that would be a competition record, so it's a fair point. Fair point, well made. Scampered through for the single. Records are there to be broken. And speaking of big run chases, 6 years to the day since Ben Stokes did his magic at Headingley. Been a very good spell this from Sonali Patel.
Yeah, she's kept it very tight throughout all 4 overs, so far.
Leg by. Dora's gone down again there, but she thinks she's okay.
Perhaps needs a new pair of spikes. Yeah, 3.5 overs, just 7 runs Sonali Patel has conceded so far. Starting to constrict Sussex. Trying slightly uppish by Mullen there, but a nice shot nonetheless, unable to find the gap. 8 overs gone, 35 for 1. And we will see, I think, a change of bowling here. Layla Judge removing her cap and likely being called into the attack by her captain, Saskia Hawley. Similar field so far, with the leg side open, but Has to be a little bit careful here, the left armour. Can't stray onto the pads. Or are we changing the field? No, they're still happy with it. So if she's looking to swing the ball back in, this could give Sussex and Collis here some opportunities of some runs. Just the two fielders in front of square on the leg side. As Judge comes in. Good first ball there. It is swinging back in, but outside off. Good bit of control. First up by the spinner.
Now you'll like this. Look at the skills on show there.
Nancy Harmon.
Yeah.
Very good effort. Just getting her eye in before she might be called into action. Oh, challenging the stumps there as Judge, but punched off the back foot there nicely by Collis. Picks up a couple. That is the one risk with the field that Middlesex do have right now. Just the two on the leg side.
I think a good left armour can make a lot of difference in white ball cricket with the change of angle, and
particularly in women's cricket, where you just come up against them far less as well. I think it's just less of a common occurrence for some reason. It's a very good delivery there, wide outside off stump, but the spin does downer at backward point and they get through for a single. I mean, I'm trying to think, in the tier 1 game you've got Tash Farron, Mahika Gore. Those are the two English players, left armers. I know that possibly still, but for a long time Tash Farron was England's second leading left-handed run scorer in either white ball cricket or T20 cricket. It's only really Lydia Greenway as a left-handed batting option, so it's guided very nicely there by Mullin.
it's quite a, I don't know, quite an involved action that she's got, isn't it, Judge? She's got a lot of, she's got a bit of a hop and a step and puts a lot through her body, and
that was whipped into the leg side, but good piece of fielding by Pandora in there again.
there's some good shots that are just finding fielders at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky. Yeah, it's very, very bouncy from Judge. You're right with that, Andrew. Sort of bounds in. There's another one driven out into the offsides. But Mia Rogers there to do the fielding. 9 overs gone, just 1 over left inside the power play here. 39 for 1. The home side, as we see Harmon continue with some more of her keepy uppies. Snarly Patel will bowl this over here, and I wouldn't be surprised if she keeps going. Very tidy 4 overs.
Yeah.
I mean, just to compare, Middlesex with 37 without loss after 5 overs. Currently Sussex 39 for 1 after 9, and we thought Middlesex were pretty watchful early on. It did slow down a little bit towards the back end of the power play, 49 without loss after 10.
Yeah, so if they could have a big over here, then they would be
there or thereabouts with Middlesex. but with the 1 wicket down.
Yep, done with plenty of work still to do.
Pretty tight for that single there. Collis calling a partner through, but they do make it home safe. A nice little guided shot by Mullen out to point.
That'll be a wide. Another one. How many extras is that now? It's 11. It's the 8th wide.
Yeah, Patel's first though.
Of course, they haven't bowled any no balls yet, which Sussex were guilty of as well. No run there. Doria quickly in. And this is exactly what you want, although they've only taken the 1 wicket so far, Middlesex. Exactly what you want when you've put a big total on the board is to have some economy like this. Some tight bowling from Sonali Patel.
Just adjusting the field here. Fine leg coming inside the ring, dropping out cover. Collis here.
Well, they're going to take the single, and at the end of the power play, Sussex Sharks are 42 for 1. But what a spectacular 5 overs that is from Sonali Patel. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10.
Yeah, really good effort. Just no real loose deliveries from memory. Very accurate, just kind of bowling stump to stump, and a very packed offside field for a large part of that. Didn't allow any gaps and no real misfields in that either. Good team effort from Middlesex so far. Oh, struck on the pad, big appeal, but pitching outside leg.
Yeah, it's sometimes the curse of the left armour, isn't it?
Yeah, you've really got to be swinging the ball back in to... I'm getting it very, very full generally to keep LBW in play. Judge continues coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. Wider this time, full toss, slashed, gone! Collis just nails a full toss.
She's
straight
furious.
to cover.
She's furious with herself. Bat tossed in the air. Not the way you want to get out. That packed offside field. Plenty of catchers, and she's found one of them.
Yeah, Mia Rogers in there. The lone E, just plucking that one out of the air. And that'll be disappointing to Collis. She'd just started to graft her way through.
Yes, she's just showing on the name on the back because it's Anisha Dissanayaka's shirt. But, it's definitely...
That'll be one for the one to confuse the scorers, perhaps.
Yes.
The incoming batter for the Sharks, number 16, Nancy
I wonder how they decided that. Do you reckon they just sort of said who was the most similar height to Mia Rogers? Or do you think they just sort of asked someone to bring in a spare?
Don't know. I don't know what the sort of kit sizes are like. Whether they're all the same, or whether she's got one is similar size. I don't know. But Nancy Harmon, Worthing-born Nancy Harmon, comes to the crease. Consider she's got a degree in materials engineering. Nancy Harmon. And Judge has a wicket. Sussex 2 down, 42 for 2. Bit of a change in the field.
Oh, an absolute beauty first up there for Nancy Harmon. Just hooping back in by Layla Judge.
I don't know how that's missed. It's missed everything, but not entirely sure how.
Not far away from that top of off stump. That would have been a big blow for Sussex if Nancy Harmon had gone first ball. There's another one, a bit wider this time, and Harmon drives. I think a lot of Sussex's hopes rely on this partnership here now. Just at the end of the power play now, just outside the power play, sorry. These are the two names who have played some Tier 1 cricket. Harmon, of course, plays just across the border with Hampshire. Made a few runs for them in the One Day Cup recently, 77, about a month ago. Shorter and just jabbed, short arm jabbed into the leg sides.
Northamptonshire 2 down as well against Yorkshire, so
it's not looking good for Sussex.
It's not looking good for Sussex, either here or at Northampton, where Sussex need Northamptonshire to beat Yorkshire. Otherwise, whatever happens here, Sussex are eliminated from this competition.
Left alone by Mullen. That ends very tidy over, just one run from it. As many runs as wickets. Judge getting Collis just caught off that full toss by Mia Rogers in the covers. 43 for 2, 11 overs gone. Run rate up at over 7, required run rate up at over 7s. Sussex just gonna have to try and battle through this. And these two rely on a big partnership.
A lot of conversation going on.
Yeah, pretty animated, the two of them.
Punch of the gloves. Still talking.
Number 20, Hannah Davis.
That is the end of Sonali Patel. Perhaps a little harsh.
I think 5 overs.
She's done her job.
Yeah, she's done her job. You risk an expensive one after that, don't you? If you end up spraying it. So Hannah Davis then. See what she can produce. Down the ground through Mullen's legs. Sonali Patel who did the fielding. on that occasion.
She was dropped outside the ring to long on for Harmon, but has come inside for Mullen.
She's playing the Anna Lewis role.
Yeah. Another one for the step counter. So just the two sweepers outside the ring on the leg side for Mullen.
Mullen watchful there, didn't want to necessarily slash at it and offer up a chance.
A lot of flight, a lot of loop on it from Davis. Not much pace on the ball.
Win predictor now down at 1%.
Almost squeezes through.
It's going to be a couple. Mullen under 17. Good bowling. And Davis.
Good first over there from Hannah Davis, just 3 runs from it.
Absolutely.
She played a pretty crucial role in there. And Middlesex's tight 7-run victory over Yorkshire, picked up 4 for 40 against the northern sides. It could be pretty handy again today. We've seen the pitch pretty favourable to spinners in the opening innings. Ava Lee picked up a couple. I'm very much impressed with ball in hand for Sussex. Middlesex, as we say, have a fair few spin options up their sleeves if needed as well. But for the time being, left arm Layla Judge continues. Harmon faces up. Short and too short in the end. Harmon looking to turn it into the leg sides. Just the 2 fielders outside the ring for Judge. So pretty happy to keep the pressure on. Try and force Harmon and Mullen to hit through the ring. Attacking captaincy here from Hawley. One is through the ring. Should only be a couple. Come back for 2. Eva Pindoria again doing a good piece of work in at square leg. Got to be a little bit careful running to her. She picked up a fair few run-outs this season. Pindoria. Very good, accurate throw inside the ring. So one to keep an eye out on. Just prodded out into the covers. Good tumbling stop there from Hannah Davis. A few wisps of clouds above us at the moment, having been pretty much a cloudless sky, but either way, sun beating down and temperature still rising here. Another one pretty tight. Good piece of fielding there from the skipper. Saskia Hawley running round to her right from mid-wicket. Almost catching Mullen napping there. Looked quite wide that one, but not signalled. Lucky escape there, by the looks of it.
Yeah, maybe.
There or thereabouts on the line anyway. Dot ball to end the 13th over there, 49 for 2. Sussex Sharks at the moment, just being watchful in these opening few overs.
Yeah, pinned down, I think. And what were Middlesex after 13, do we know?
They were 71 without loss after 15.
Right.
So I assume probably about 60, 55, 60, so yeah, probably about 60 odd. So this was a pretty similar passage, I think, in that first innings when Sussex had, after loose first five overs, managed to fight back.
61 without loss after 13.
It's not miles in it, but the 2 wickets could harm Sussex in the long run. Leg spin of Davis continues.
Sussex Sharks 50 in the 14th ball.
Brings up a 50 with a drive out into the covers.
Yep, it's been slow progress and a couple of wickets down, but these two will be hoping to try and rebuild. More discussions between them. Sonali Patel does the fielding at mid-on. Mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, mid-wicket, point. Short third man and then boundary rider there at deep extra cover. One on the leg side as well. 2 on the leg side.
There's a cow corner.
Oh yes, cow corner is
behind the screen for you.
Obscured from my view.
Three out on the leg side though for Harman.
Yeah, Patel drops from mid on to long on. This is why I normally stand during the commentary, so I can see everything. Full toss, firmly struck away. Work to be done, but that work is excellently done by Ariva Pindoria. And the teammates like that. Lots of applause for Pindoria, who, as you mentioned earlier, an excellent ground fielder. She was being backed up as well there by Patel. One's cut away, that'll be another single. End of the 14th, Sussex Sharks 53 for 2. At that required run rate creeping up and up, nearly 7.5 and over as they chase a mammoth 321.
Again, the chat in the middle continues between Harman and Mullen. Just a few tips and tricks traded between the two batters. They look to keep building here. Judge to continue with her left arm seam from Cromwell Road end. Sussex do have to be a little bit careful they don't get too bogged down within this. There's still a long time to go, but they can't leave themselves too much to do in the final 10 or 15 overs when they get there. Another good ball there to start Judges' 4th over. Figures of 1 for 8 so far. Very miserly, very impressive. Swinging the ball back into the right-handers.
Yeah, as you say, they can't afford to get bogged down, Sussex. They've got to keep the scoreboard ticking over. They've got to try and find some boundaries to relieve the pressure. They've got to try and make Saskia Hawley think about her field.
Slightly short of that time, but Mia Rogers does very well again in there at extra cover. A very athletic dive down to her left. Middlesex have been very much on it in the field. Cover does just drop out to the ring. Out of the ring, sorry, down towards the scoreboard boundary. Oh, and a big swish there from Mullen. Doesn't connect, doesn't find the outside edge. She survives. Just leans on it that time to rotate the strike. Good piece of batting there from Daisy Mullen. Moves into the 20s with that single. Just better than a run every other ball. Harman 7 off 10 at the other end. There seems to be a lot of chat between Saskia Hawley and her Middlesex teammates, all kind of offering opinions, chatting to the bowler between deliveries.
Sending an extra fielder back out in the deep on the leg side.
Harman just copying Mullen with an open face prod into the covers. In doing so, rotates the strike, gets down the other end, brings Mullen back onto face. One ball left in the 15th over here.
Oh,
big swing again from Mullen. We've had a few of those. Not far away is Judge from perhaps picking up another wicket. 55 for 2, 15 overs in.
and you can see there the worm is sliding below Middlesex at this stage. So keeping up in the first few overs. It's now very much sliding below.
Possibly just heard Saskia Hawley suggesting to Hannah Davis to bowl a little bit quicker on the effects mic there, perhaps. We'll see if Davis does do that. A little bit flatter, perhaps. That delivery. We saw with what Ava Lee, generally reasonably flighted. That was a bit more loopy.
I wonder if what we might have been hearing was Mia Rogers down here. She's right in front of our effects mic, chatting away. Oh. Now Mia Rogers is being called up. So
yeah, very much looking to apply the pressure here on Mullen, aren't they?
yeah, an attacking field. And as a result, the wicket. I mean, that is captaincy 101, that. Brought the field up, asked her to go over the top, and she couldn't manage it, so
yeah, in the end offers a simple catch to Lauren Turner there, but as you say, mastermind of Saskia Hawley there, just bringing in the field and really looking to strangle Mullen, who got stuck a little bit. 20 or 41 she made in the end. 3 boundaries along the way, and did just struggle to rotate the strike outside of that. And Sussex really falling into trouble now. 58 for 3, 15 overs and 4 balls through their innings.
Kiara Green, the skipper, enters stage left with her team in all sorts of bother. 58 for 3, chasing 321, needing to score almost 8 and over from here on in. And 3 down, it's an incredibly tall order. You can hear the Middlesex players. Mia Rogers certainly you can hear. Yeah, I heard saying that she wants a short third. She's going in. So 2 fielders out on the deep on the leg side, but everyone else inside the ring. Now pushing a long on out and the deep extra cover. It's getting a bit funky. Flattens that in, and no run. So the end of a successful over then for Hannah Davis. Wickets, 3 runs conceded, and Daisy Mullen out. Harmon and Green now at the crease. 58 for 3 after 16.
Yeah, I think probably just happy to try and keep Harmon off strike. Seemingly the plan for Middlesex. Harmon 11 of 14 at the moment. Hasn't been dominant or overly aggressive by any means. Just ticking over as much as anything else. I think they realise she could be the danger woman inside this Sussex Sharks innings. She faces up to Judge now, who has continued to impress despite the ball getting a little bit older. She continues to get it to move around, nip around, swing around. Just a hint of swing back in towards Harmon there. Yeah, they do have 4 outside the ring for Harmon. Won't be surprised if a couple come in as and when Kiara Green faces up. Wider that time, shorter. It's like outside edge, but single and safe nonetheless. Yeah, we do see another couple inside, so it's just third man and fine leg outside the ring for Sussex's captain. Four inside the ring on the offside, three inside on the leg. Oh, and challenging the stump straight away there. Just the inside half of the bat of Kiara Green there. As the ball rolls out towards fine leg. And again the field spreads for Harmon. Wider, again that time just pushed across Harmon from Judge, but umpire happy that that's a legal delivery. You can't deny that Hawley is a proactive captain here, can you? I don't think there's been more than 2 or 3 balls in a row where she hasn't gone up to the bowler to offer a few words, a few suggestions, a bit of advice. Judge in again. That time punched down the ground off the back foot. Will be 4 runs as well. The first boundary, a much needed boundary there for Sussex and Harmon to end the over. Just a little bit too short, and a lovely looking shot there from Harmon. She moves on to 16 off 19. And Sussex are 64 for 3 with 17 overs gone. Still another 33 to go, but do continue to fall behind the rate.
That is the first boundary since the 7th over.
10 overs boundaryless. So that would have been Lauren Turner's last over.
Yes.
Oh, that's just slightly airily chipped off a leading edge. From memory, I think it's pretty much just been Lauren Turner's first and last overs that have been particularly expensive. Sonali Patel was very miserly in her opening spell.
Yeah, so it's 66 balls, or no, 65 balls without a boundary. First boundary in 66 balls. So 11 overs if you include the additional deliveries for no balls and wides. And they're tying them down again here. Field changes slightly again. Five dots. And Green get out of this with a maiden, so they're spreading the field slightly now with a long on and leave extra cover. 2 out on the leg side. There's a single there. Prevents the maiden, but it does keep Kiara Green on strike at the start of the next. 65 for 3 at the end of the 80.
I think that's exactly the plan, isn't it?
It looked a fairly short wide one, saying go on.
Yeah, Middlesex, sorry, very happy to let Sussex just tick along at a run every other ball pretty much.
Yeah.
As the run rate continues to climb, up at 8s now. And we will see a change of bowling. Anaya Patel coming into the attack with a little bit of spin to probably bowl in tandem with Hannah Davis here. Patel pretty prolific throughout the season so far. 4 for against Derbyshire in this competition a couple of weeks ago. That one's slashed first up, slight misfield. First little mistake we've seen from Middlesex, but it won't quite reach the boundary. As Hannah Davis gets a good strong hand on it and then runs it down before it can reach the boundary. Oh, an absolute peach of a delivery there from Patel. Green onto the front foot. Beaten all ends up. Another good delivery there from Patel. Green again, defensive. Sussex still needs over 250 here to win. As Green just turns one towards mid-wicket to her opposing skipper. Again, not far away. As Green looked to be a little bit more attacking with that last one. Just 2 runs from Patel's first over there. Tidy stuff. Sussex 67 for 3, 19 overs gone.
It's been the theme so far, isn't it? Tidy from Middlesex. And rather soporific, really, from Sussex. Been slow going.
Yeah, it's been a mix of the wickets we obviously saw was a little bit sticky and reasonably challenging to get going with, and when you combine that with the number of wickets that have just ticked through as well for Sussex, just continually chipping away, just meaning that the new batter has to take time to get their eye and get going again. Just keep slowing the side down.
So to go along the rest of the innings at this current run rate, they'd only reach 172. end of the 20th over. Sussex Sharks are 68 for 3. And in the match at Northamptonshire 119 for 2, chasing Yorkshire's 259 for 9. 119 for 2 at the end of the 22nd.
Possibly doing Sussex a favour there then, Northamptonshire, if Sussex can get out of the hole they currently find themselves in.
Yeah, they're about 5 and over, aren't they, there, which is about what they need, so yes, but Sussex need to find, well, they need to find 253 runs from the last 30 overs at nearly 8.5.
Yeah, big task.
Mountainous as it stands.
Patel continues here. It's just driven nicely down the ground by Harmon out to one of the sweepers.
Pindora up there, I think.
Yeah, then comes inside the ring. Long on and long off inside the ring.
It's like a ball magnet, Pindora at the moment.
Yeah, long off and long on inside the ring here for Green.
I think they recognise, you know, they'll know it's the 4th time this pitch has been used. They'll know that it's hard to start on. I think both teams have been trying to put pressure on new batters when they come in.
That one finds the gap there. Nice shot on the front foot there by Green. We'll pick up a couple.
Oh no.
Just the one. Thoughts of a second,
There
but
was definitely a second there. This is, I mean, they're going to have to, I mean, it depends what they're thinking. If they're thinking we're just playing some cricket and we're going to test ourselves out here, and
full toss there and whipped into the leg side, but a good stop in at mid-wicket.
I need some time in the middle, etc., etc. That's fine. If they've got serious designs on trying to make this close, they've got to just take risks there. There was at least 1.8 runs there, I would say. And
expected runs, is
yeah,
that?
exactly. So you've got to try and go for the risk of that second.
I think my guess is these two will try and get to at least drinks before they really consider major risks, but it could be long gone by them.
That's my thinking.
Green just punches straight back to Patel.
I think once you've breached the infield, you know, there's enough dot balls flying around. Once you've breached the infield, you've got to run the first one hard and then try and look for the second.
Yeah, particularly with that one there where there's no one sweeping back. So really it should be, as you say, at least 2 if it's not quite going to reach the rope and go for 4.
You're not going to get too many balls. You know, they're sort of working, I think they're working on cricketing theory, which is, you know, what happens if she throws it over the bails. The chances are she wouldn't have done. And as I said to you earlier, that if you run quickly, you're putting the fielder under pressure on the throw.
Well, we saw it a few times in Sussex's innings, a couple mistakes just because those final 10, 12 overs at Middlesex really looked to run hard and, as you say, put pressure on the fielders. Mullen, I remember, just let one underarm that she misjudged.
Oh, caught and bowled. Excellent caught and bowled. Hannah Davis comes to the party once again. Nancy Harmon has driven it straight back at her, but it's a great catch.
What an absolute stunner there from Davis. Just stuck out her hand and it stuck. Absolute beauty. Harmon, who'd looked pretty good for her 18, wasn't completely comfortable, but looked to be a bit positive that one, and ended up offering what was a very challenging opportunity. Nailed that one back and just stuck her hand out, and it, as I say, just nestled in her palm.
Just as the Just as the umpire was trying to duck out the way as well. She thought it might be coming her way, Julia Jarvis, and
you can just see on the edge of the screen there, Dave, just knowing that she got, well, not lucky, but that was an absolute beauty.
When you get the instinctive, reflective catches and they stick, it's the best feeling. You know, it's sometimes, as you know, there can be steepling ones, you can be running back, you can have too much time to think about things, but when you've got, I think aesthetically, Courton bowls can look, well, they can look ugly at times depending on how you take them, but they can also look amazing. Well, Rachel King, who was responsible for 2 or 3 big innings in the T20 when she was opening. She's got a job to do here now. Oh, tried to produce something a bit different.
Yeah, made over 200 runs in the competition, striking at about 150. And did like to use a lot of those inventive shots, but I'm not sure there's quite enough pace on the ball to look to scoop.
But she will be keen. She's a player who likes to get on with it, Rachel King.
Could be what Sussex need, just to try and counter-attack and put a bit of pressure back on Middlesex if she can get a few away early on.
She's a great character as well. She introduces herself to everybody as Kingy.
.22 overs gone, 71 for 4. After that dismissal of Nancy Harmon by Hannah Davis. Wickets are just being taken every few overs here by Middlesex. Whenever they feel like they need one, it seemingly comes. Wilkinson fell in the back end of the 3rd over. Collis fell straight after the power play, and then Mullen in the 16th, and Harmon just 4 deliveries ago.
It must be quite something when you know you still got to execute, but you know as a group you are the best team in the division. You know, the results have proven it. You don't know that at the beginning of the season necessarily, but once you get to this stage and you've beaten everybody else, including beating, all right, close matches, but beating your nearest challengers.
Gone! Thin edge there, and Patel picks up her first. Great take behind the stumps there from Kibler. A thin edge, but that means we see the back of Sussex captain Kiara Green looking to drive, and in the end just the faintest of edges through to the keeper, and Sussex in even more trouble than they already were. 71 for 5 right now. We're down to the middle order, the lower middle order even.
It's a long trudge back for Kiara Green.
Off the bowling of Anaya Patel, Sussex.
She hasn't even crossed the boundary rope yet. Now she has.
For the Sharks, Ava Lee.
Ava Lee comes out.
Pick of the bowlers in the first innings, Ava Lee. 2 for 27 from her 10 overs.
Following up.
2 for 53, sorry.
Following up from her 5 for.
Yes, exactly, and 3 for before that.
So yeah, she's in form with the ball. Now she's got to do something quite remarkable with the bat. 2 new batters at the crease as well, with Rachel King only facing 4 deliveries.
To drive first up.
You know, I was saying before the wicket, you know, once you've proven yourself after 5 or 6 games to be, you know, with dominant results, the confidence must flow through a team. individually you must feel like you're at the top of your own games, and lots to learn, don't get me wrong. There's lots of coaching, there's lots of practice, there's lots of, they'll always be looking for ways to improve. But in context, in this league, Middlesex are a cut above.
That was driven slightly airily by Lee. They're going to come through for a single. Possibly a run out there.
It's a direct hit which has hit the stumps and deflected away. I was saying this on commentary yesterday, actually, that in my view, I would change the law so that the ball was dead as soon as it's hit the stumps. Because I don't think that because if you shy at the stumps, you're trying to produce a run out, right? I don't think you should, and people are backing up for the throw. What they're not backing up for is a deflection off the stumps, and that nearly always produces an extra run. And I don't think you should be really penalised for aiming at the stumps.
That's cut away. Doesn't find the gap though. A good tumbling stop there. At backward point from Downer. 23 overs, 74 for 5. I'm not sure. I quite like the kind of the fact that as a fielder you almost need to stay calm enough at times where you think of the number of effectively sort of silly throws that people have at stumps, when it is often, to be fair, when someone's not backing up, but if it's 3 to win or 4 to win and someone has a silly shy at the stumps when a batter's clearly home and it ricochets away and you get a few extra runs from it, I think the fact that it does just make you have to kind of stay switched on the whole time, and you can't just, you know what, I'll have a throw at the stumps, why not?
Because it's effectively free, you mean?
Yes, because it's one of those where, if you hit the stumps, great, it's a dead ball. If you don't hit the stumps, someone's backing up. And
the alternative viewpoint would be, how many times do fielders decide not to throw when they might otherwise have hit and caused and affected a run out, thinking, in this situation, I don't want to risk any overthrows. But
I don't mind that. That's one that I think that kind of shows that it's almost a risk reward as a fielding side. What do you value at that time? Do you value, well, actually this has been a massive partnership, if we can get a run out, even if maybe I miss and it goes for some overthrows, this could change the game.
I understand the sort of the cricket intelligence of it in terms of the fielders. I'm looking at it in terms of
a bit more sort of fairness
and possibly entertainment as well.
Yes, yeah, I guess you'd probably see more run-outs perhaps. Yeah, I do get that. It's
an interesting debate. I certainly take your your sort of scenarios on board. Not, it's a fair viewpoint.
Yeah, I hadn't really thought about that as a possibility.
As I say, I just think because you're backing up for the for the accurate throw, and then suddenly it might run away for 4 if it deflects off the stumps. And that is going to the rope. So a boundary for Rachel King, a boundary for Sussex with Saskia Hawley bowling. We'd have bowling change in the middle of all that discussion about run-outs and throws at stumps and things.
Nice shot there by Rachel King. Just cut that one and found the gap there. There was a sweeper out on the rope, but square enough to beat running rounds towards point. As we're nearing the drinks break, 1 over for Sussex here. I often say that in and around drinks breaks, in and around, well, it would be tea, lunch in the 4-day stuff, you can pick up wickets, so perhaps Middlesex could be in for another here. Patel continues. Lee drives. Could be tight for a run out. Oh, it's going to be close.
I think a wicket keeper right by the stumps and a good clean throw, she would have been in trouble, because Yeah, she's not in the picture.
Yeah, a better throw would have left Rachel King stranded quite a long way down. She survives. Can she make Middlesex pay? Oh, no, she's gone! A thin edge, having almost been run out the ball before. She can't make Middlesex through their mistake, and in the end departs without troubling the scorers too much. She goes for 4 off 9, and Sussex continue to collapse here. 80 for 6 now.
Yeah, she looked up back at the umpire, who then gave her out, and wicketkeeper certainly seemed convinced. The umpire has seen and heard something. We're going to be taking an early drinks, 4 balls early with that wicket. Patel strikes, 2 for 8. Sussex are 80 for 6.
Yeah, if you're just joining us now, Middlesex made 320 for 5 in their 50 overs earlier today. Huge opening partnership, 181 between Downer and Routledge. Downer fell for 81 first before Routledge 95. Mia Rogers coming in at 3 on loan from Durham, made a quick fire 35, and the captain Saskia Hawley dominant in her 52 off 29. It came in rapid time. That really helped push Middlesex all the way past 300, when at a stage 280 looked to be a push for them. They were 118 without loss at this stage at the drinks break. Pick of the bowlers, Ava Lee, currently at the crease. She took 2 for 53 and a wicket each for Anna Lewis and Talitha Stanley as well. Sussex, on the other hand, have collapsed to 80 for 6. Collis and Wilkinson opened the batting. Wilkinson fell early. She made 2. Collis 14 off 30. Mullen and Harmon came together for a little bit of time. Mullen made 20. Top score so far, 20 from 41. Before Harmon fell as well, 18 off 27. Green and King, the 2 latest victims to go. Green 6 from 23. And King just now, faintest of edges through to the keeper. Second catch, a Kibler behind the stumps, and the second wicket for Patel as well. And as we say, Sussex, 80 for 6. Heading into this game, there was a reasonable possibility they could have made it through to the semi-finals of the Metrobank One Day Cup League 2. However, they would have had to win both their remaining games against Middlesex here and then against Derbyshire next week, and would have had to rely on both Yorkshire and Worcestershire to lose their games. Worcestershire have already lost today, and Yorkshire were in a fair bit of trouble earlier, and looks like they could be in some more trouble at the moment now. But unless Sussex pull off a miracle now, will end their competitive season. 80 for 6 right now, 24.2 overs. Just finishing drinks here, and Anaya Patel set to continue. Left-handed Talitha Stanley faces up. You know, she likes to be pretty inventive as well. Middlesex have pretty much smothered any Sussex hopes all day today. Patel round the wicket to the left-hander. Angles that one in, and it's just flicked around the corner by Stanley. Again, we see everyone inside the ring on the offside. Mid-on, mid-wicket on the leg side, and 2 sweepers, pretty square. Lee just defends on the front foot. 2 balls remain before the end of the 25th. Again, Lee driving out into the covers. And Hawley just pushes back, just the extra sweeper on the offside. And also long on, actually. And Lee has a big swing there. Thick inside edge. Sends the ball trickling out to square leg, but she survives and gets down the other end, retains strike, picks up a single, and it's 82 for 6, 25 overs gone.
Yep, and you sense that this is a match that is entering into its final throws. 4 wickets needed for Middlesex. Still 239 needed for Sussex.
Saskia Hawley will continue.
What were Middlesex on at the drinks break? Obviously there were no wickets down, but
118 without loss, so
118.
they were ahead run-wise, by a reasonable amount, but actually they were by no means flying
No.
at this stage. I think both batters had just brought up their 50s.
Because that's not even 5 and over, is it?
I think they're about sort of going about 4.5s.
For a
Quite
long time, yeah.
4.5, 4.7 give or take. And it wasn't really until probably kind of the 38th, 39th over. Tight for run out, yeah. It wasn't until the 38th, 39th. Mia Rogers coming in.
Yes.
Really started to push them on.
Because that massive opening partnership was a platform builder, and then others in the middle order went and took it on to really to another level. Turn around the corner. To left Stanley gets her second run. It's going to be another single as well.
It's funny, it feels so long ago, but today has very much been the days of Izzy Routledge and Artemis Downer, the two openers.
Absolutely.
I was just discussing, but how good both their knocks were. Just sort of flattened Sussex with sort of stoic defence, and kind of ease they managed to rotate the strike is something that Sussex have struggled with in their innings.
Absolutely. I mean, Artemis Downer made 81 from 114 balls, 6 fours, and Izzy Routledge 95 from 114 balls with 9 fours. And then Rogers 35 from 28, Hawley 52 not out from 29. That was the what really pushed the total up.
It's one of those where the openers walked so the middle order could run.
Exactly. At the moment, though, of course, Sussex haven't even reached Routledge's score as a team. So
Anaya Patel with her off spin picked up 2 for 10 from 4 overs so far. Very tidy. A bit wide at that time, and a big flash from Stanley, but doesn't connect.
I think we're going to see a fair bit of that now, aren't we? Bit of
Reverse comes out. LBW appeal given by the umpire. Plum, I think that one from Patel. Stanley looking to reverse sweep. Just try to be a bit inventive and put a bit of pressure back on Middlesex. Ends up falling. And the pressure in the end swings the other way and continues to build here for Sussex. 86 for 7. 26.2 over Zim. Just can see on the replay here, Stanley gets her front foot right the way down. Oh, nope. There we go. Gets her right foot right the way down and hit pretty much plumb in front. Yeah, straight in front of that off stump. Almost outside the line, but in the end, given by the umpire.
Number 15, Indigo Gentry.
Brings Indigo Gentry out to the crease with Sussex looking almost unlikely to make it to triple figures at this rate.
Yeah, that would be quite the disappointment, wouldn't it, if they were to subside to less than 100 from here. It's an absolutely moot point, but Northamptonshire 145 for 3 against Yorkshire in the 28th. So they need 155. No, sorry, 115 in 22 overs. It's just over 5 and over still.
Floated up and Gentry just looking to whip away into the leg sides. One ball left in Patel's over here.
I think it's fair to say that Middlesex will also be getting a bonus point for having 1.5 times the run rate compared to the opposition.
Here and that shelf should pretty much all but seal top spot for them. They're currently 4 points ahead of Northamptonshire in second place, 5 ahead of Glamorgan, so they will seal at least a home semi-final. It's likely they'll end up taking top spot and probably playing Yorkshire in that semi-final on the 6th of September.
Returning at the scene, number 20, Hannah Davis.
Leggy Hannah Davis will return to the attack here. Saskia Hawley, the skipper, just bowling a few overs before withdrawing to let her leggy continue. Almost gets one to skid through Ava Lee there.
Well, tight over so far this from Hannah Davis. And it's a maiden. 28 overs, bowled 86 for 7.
Oh, a slight leading edge there from Gentry. Looking to play straight. Oh, hit firmly down the ground there, but again unable to find a gap.
Gloucestershire have beaten Kent, so that drops Sussex down a place to 7th in the table.
And actually keeps Gloucestershire's hopes of a semi-final alive as well.
Yes, it does.
They also have to hope Yorkshire lose both games. Oh, a thick edge there from Gentry, looking to use her feet, come down the wicket. Should come back for 2.
No.
Thoughts of it, but I think she just couldn't really see where the ball had gone. I'm not 100% sure why Averley didn't call her back for the second. But either way, runs off the bat for Gentry. She's on 1 off 10 now. Lee 8 off 19. As we near the 30th over here.
Yeah, very odd one that, wasn't it? It's definitely 2 there, very comfortably. Davis 2 for 13 off 7. Oh. Arms aloft everywhere. And then hands to heads. It's actually quite close, isn't it, in that race for that final 4th spot. Yorkshire, Worcester, Gloucestershire.
Yeah, Yorkshire very much still favourites for it, now that Worcestershire have lost today and have a pretty tricky game next week as well.
That'll run a while. It's good fielding actually. So that's going to be just a single. Run rate now drops below 3. Oh, now looks like it might have been put down there. It's a hand up of apology. Too close for her to cut, really. Yeah, it's gone to ground. Should have been taken. All smiles because Middlesex are probably going to win this match, almost certainly going to win this match without that catch. But 88 for 7 at the end of the 30th over.
Again off the outside edge for Gentry, but flies low. Just to drive again, but Saskia Hawley in there at extra cover fields. Use of feet again there from Gentry. Shy at the stumps. Home safe.
Sort of death by 1,000 cuts, isn't it, for Sussex? They're just sort of
just edging their way there.
Yeah. They could almost bat through the 50 and finish on 110 for 9 or something.
That one's chipped. One bounce though, and falls well short of Mia Rogers. That one's aerial again. More on it this time though, and gorgeous strike from Ava Lee.
That's a brilliant shot.
Couple bounces over the rope. Just lofted drive straight down the ground. Look at this. Textbook cover drive that. One bounce, 4. Moves Sussex onto 93 as well with that.
No.
Straight to that time, and an edge just trickles round to third man.
I wonder if it's worth putting a slip in, you know. There's a couple of edges, isn't there?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they had one last over, and Hawley unfortunately able to hang on. But it is just perhaps just skidding on with the arm a little bit more with Patel. Obviously not bowling off spin, turning the ball back into the right-hander, but she's actually challenged the outside edge a few times. She got Talitha Stanley, LBW, looking to reverse sweep.
Just the 12 and over required now.
Good variation, Davis. Quite a few skidding on. Some a little bit slower and just turning and gripping in the surface that bit more.
No run there. Gentry 3 from 20. Ava Lee 12 from 24. Single down there. Northants needing 94 from the final 19. to beat Yorkshire at Northampton and give hope to a lot of other teams. Not Sussex though, because their campaign will be ending here today. Unless these two can produce 12.5 and over for 18 overs. And Anaya Patel will continue 3 for 16 off 7.
Yeah, 5 are definitely on the cards for Anaya Patel here.
I suppose despite her bowling, you'd still be looking at Izzy Routledge probably as player of the match.
Yeah, I think very much so. The platform that her and Artemis Down are really just laid, and you've got to keep praising them for it all stream, really. How crucial that was. Yusufit there, again doesn't find the gap. That's seemingly been the story of the day here for Sussex. With the bat, they've found it really hard to break the inner ring here. Feet again, aerial route this time, and another glorious strike here from Indigo Gentry this time. Yusufit again, but almost an identical shot to Ava Lee last over, who found the boundary in very similar fashion. It brings up the 100 as well for Sussex after 32.3 overs.
Bearing in mind they took 10 off the first over, that's 90 off of 31 overs.
Feet again from Gentry, this time finds another gap along the floor, squirts away. Grab just 2 for it. Partnership building here between Gentry and Lee.
Yeah, what's it worth at the moment? It's worth 16.
Not far away from the outside edge there.
And it is the second biggest partnership of the innings, I think.
20...
Joint second.
28 between
Oh,
Collis and Mullen, by the looks of it.
Collis and Mullen, I've got 16 here. 42 and 58, 16.
Sorry, no, they're the first wicket partnership, that one.
Yes, that's the top one at the moment.
Yes, yeah. That's between Collis and Mullen.
Oh, Collis and Mullen, sorry,
Yes.
yes. Beg your pardon, yes. Sorry, is the leading one at the moment, 28, and then...
Now this one.
17. Which might say a lot for the rest of them. Having said that, it's 17 off 7 overs. Davis to bowl her last over. There's going to be some Middlesex bowlers with some terrific figures at the end of this, I'll tell you that much. And what is a shame is we may not see Sonali Patel bowl again, even though none for 10 off of 5. Who knows, but...
Yeah, I'm not sure where Hawley will turn after Davis here. Possibly back to herself, or otherwise maybe to one of those original 3 seamers.
It's gone through. It's burst through there. And it's 4, I think. Is it? They're going to ask, and I think...
Yeah, she's signalling 4 there.
Yep. Good honesty there.
You say that looked like 4 from over here.
What was I saying? Sorry, my brain is addled now.
Where the bowling attack made
Yes.
after this. Hawley's still got 8, and then the original seamers Turner's got 6 to go. Sanaya Patel's got 5. Judge has 5
I
as
thought
well.
Layla Judge bowled very well, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a bit more of her or Sonali Patel.
Possibly look to them to bowl in tandem. This is that's the end of Hannah Davis there.
2 for 20 off a 10.
10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 20.
Sanaya Patel's only got 2 to go for her as well, so actually we're soon going to need to see a double change. Possibly could go to Izzy Routledge. She took 4 for 36 against Yorkshire.
And Saskia Hall is going to bowl herself.
She's coming down the hill now. Oh, and draws a big drive there from Lee first up.
Wonder whether they might be tempted to go over the top again.
Lee does look to drive, but outside half of the bat, heads off down to Downer. That one's aerial again. Goes over the head though. Izzy Routledge in there at mid-on, and again another boundary. Lee and Gentry finding it with almost ease at this stage.
They're starting to make a mockery, aren't they, of the top order efforts. Just yeah, chip it back over the fielders' heads and up the hill for 4.
Drives again, but again finds Downer at point.
25 the stand now. .28, as you quite rightly said, is the best so far between Collis and Mullen.
That one's punched, but a good diving stop in there at cover. Just saves that one from flying away to the rope. Layla Judge in there. 35 overs gone, 112 for 7. Batting together for a good few overs, these two. Slowly just ticking along, the odd boundary throughout.
Heavy bowler at CA, number 22, Izzy Routledge.
It will be Izzy Routledge. Some of her spin. To bowl up the hill from the sea end.
Well, if she could finish it off, that really would put a cap on her day, wouldn't it? Well, it's gone burst through the hands, and that will be 4. And that takes this partnership to 30. And is the best stand of the innings.
Yeah, not far away from Naya Patel there. Possibly looking to Yeah, they're going to send back long on. So they've got long on and cow corner, and deep square leg. Everyone else inside the ring.
Chance for a caught and bowled. Just didn't stick for Routledge. Tipped it round the post in the end.
Would have been a screamer.
It's going to be a single to deep mid wicket. Rather awkward throw for the wicketkeeper to gather. Kibler, but she does so. 32 the stand now. Well, that's where the stand will end. And Izzy Routledge does pick up a wicket to add to her 98 earlier in the day, as Ava Lee falls for 24. And the 8th Sussex wicket goes down. Just picks out extra cover.
Yeah, looking to go over the top again. We've seen her and Gentry do that to great success a few times in their partnership, but pretty tame end after actually an impressive partnership between the two, offering a simple catch to the Middlesex captain in there in the covers.
So the stand ends at 32, and a good little cameo from Ava Lee.
Number 26, Anna Buckle.
Anna Buckle now comes to the crease. Just the 203 needed to win.
As you already mentioned, it was the Ben Stokes show 6 years ago today, so perhaps it could be the Buckle show.
Yeah. With Anna Lewis acting as Jack Leach.
Looks like they might turn back to pace here. Yeah, Layla Judge coming into the attack with her left arm seam, possibly bowling around the wicket by the looks of it. Third man out, but also fine leg and deep square leg as well, so a little bit of protection. Indigo Gentry facing up here. Judge round the wicket. Gentry just turning that one around the corner. Down the leg side that time, and they should scoot through for a single. And a wide signalled there by the umpire. Brings up the 120. And allows Buckle to face her first ball of the day. 1 for 18 judged so far. The figures to her name. It's flicked around the corner nicely by Buckle. Just brings Gentry back down to the striker's end. That's chipped, but too wide of mid-wicket.
If this were a first-class game, they'd have avoided the follow-on at least, or at least in Test cricket they would have done. They've still got, in county championship cricket, they'd still be in trouble. But
yeah, and then the 49 needed for that. Oh, fired in the Yorker there. Buckle does well to keep it out. A good sharp Yorker there from Judge. Swish there, swish and a miss from Anna Buckle. Judge has been a little bit unlucky not to have picked up more than the one so far. Buckle again just nudges one through mid-wicket to end Judge's 6th over there. 1, 2, 3 for 8 after 37 overs.
"13 overs to bowl. Middlesex need 2 wickets. Sussex a very unlikely 198. It's going to be a wide. In fact, it's going to be 5 wides as it goes to the rope. Yeah, they're going to go through for the single. Why not? up in the air, but it's going to fall into the huge expanse of land between three fielders there. It's a single. Ooh, went for the drive, missed.
I do think, and actually Hawley's captaincy generally has been fantastic today, but she could go that little bit more attacking with the field, I reckon.
Beats the bat again, so mixed over really, but 7 from it, but beat the bat a couple of times. End of the 38th, 130 for 8.
Yeah, I do think Hawley could just go that fraction more attacking, just to try and force Gentry to hit over the top. She's been pretty good with bat in hand, but is also more than happy to just sort of dead bat the ball, and actually if you give her that opportunity to hit over the top, doesn't, you know, it's almost impossible for them to get to a winning stage here, but actually probably more than likely managed to pick up a wicket. Here comes Judge charging him. Gentry just again nurdling one into the leg side. That's hit firmly down the ground. Good piece of fielding in there from, that's Izzy Routledge in at mid-on. Gentry's been timing the ball well, and she has looked to be positive. Again, a nice Yorker fired in there by Judge, but Buckle up to the challenge. So wide down the leg side there. Got a line a little bit wrong, did Judge. Edging towards the 40th over here. Oh, there it is, number 9. Anna Buckle, Castle, middle stump. Moved back a long way there, a top delivery from Judge. Left arm round, swinging him. And sends the seam bowler back to the pavilion for just 3. 1 wicket for victory here for Middlesex, a rampant victory. It has just been ticking along for the last 10 overs now. Hooping in swinger there. Really impressive from Judge, considering what the ball's 40 overs old basically now.
Sussex Sharks final batter number 36, Anna Lewis.
Brings Anna Lewis out to the crease. Picked up 1 for 50 with the ball. It's pretty impressive early on in Sussex's bowling innings. There's not a huge amount of hope now for her sides. 189 to win, 68 balls left. With this, the final wicket. Judge will just be thinking about picking up her 3rd, I'm sure, in these next 2 deliveries. It's wafting again. There's Lewis on her first delivery. Just angles the bat out there. Just guides that one nicely to get off the mark. There's Anna Lewis. 39 overs, gone 133, 4-9. 11 overs to go.
Yep, and it would be quite surprising if we were to see all 11 bowled. You just never know. Either way, what we can say is that Middlesex are going to win this match, and win this match convincingly.
Turning back to Anaya Patel here. Coming in from the CN now though. Bowled majority of overs from coming down the hill. The Cromwell Road ends.
So, Patel, 1 wicket needed for Middlesex, and Lewis defends. Immediately wanders off to reset. Don't get a lot of reset time to use a batter when there's a spinner going through her overs pretty quickly. Almost turned her around, but
this could actually be Patel's second fourfer against Sussex this year if she picks up another now.
big sweep, and that is going to be cut off. Couple of runs on offer. Good shot from the number 11. Middlesex closing in. Closing in on what would be a big victory. Almost spoon back to the bowler. Anaya Patel aiming for a 4th wicket and aiming to finish it all off. In the air, oh, just short. So a single taken at the end of the 40th over. Middlesex are 136 for 9, and Middlesex are a wicket away.
Yeah, and with that, a wicket away from sealing a home semi-final as well. They're not quite able to seal a spot at the top of the table, but it would confirm a home semi-final with Northamptonshire and Glamorgan, the only two possibly able to overtake Middlesex, but they play each other next week.
Yes, indeed.
Lewis 4 off 8 at the moment. Layla Judge continuing to her 8th over. Oh, and another really good Yorker, almost crushing the toes there of Lewis.
Kept out well.
a thick outside edge there from Lewis. Hit down the ground again, but Routledge there to field. Hit aerially again, but beats the fielder at mid-on, and another glorious straight drive from Gentry.
I think that might be one of the best shots of the innings, you know.
Very much so, just big stride down the pitch and using her long levers to great effect. Her and Lee have definitely hit some of the more spectacular shots today for Sussex. Looks to go again, appeal, and that's it. Middlesex have victory. They seal a place with a home semi-final as well, and Sussex fall to a big defeat. Layla Judge in tow, picking up her first threefer of the season, her best figures for Middlesex. There's a pretty plumb LBW in the end. Good resistance from Sussex's lower order there, with Gentry making, alongside Ava Lee, good contributions lower down the order, 23 and 24 respectively. But the damage was all done on the top order when Sussex just stagnant for a large part of that, and then the wickets came, and it was always going to be a hard ask to chase 320.
Yes, there you can see the Manhattans, the number of runs per over, graphically displayed, and Middlesex is much larger. Sussex is almost the skyline of a small village. There's the bowling figures very quickly. And the worm that never failed to reach the heights that it needed from a Sussex perspective, and they've fallen to defeat by I think 179 runs in the end.
Yeah, and the headliner today though, Izzy Routledge and Artemis Downer, dominant with the bat. 181 run opening stand between the two of them. Downer's 81 and Routledge's 95. Absolutely phenomenal from the two of them, and it just laid that platform for Mia Rogers, who made 35, and Saskia Hawley, who made a rapid fire 52 from 29, just to push Middlesex even further out of sight and up to that 300 plus mark. Ava Lee, pick of the bowlers in the first innings,
and top scorer,
and top scorer in the second. Yeah, good day for her, if not
the day before her birthday.
Exactly, not a bad time at all. In the end though, Sussex do fall to that 179 run victory. They face Derbyshire next weekend in their final game of the season. Middlesex, on the other hand, they host Worcestershire at Merchant Taylors' School before a home semi-final a week later on the 6th, and possibly a final after that if they can make it through.
And you wouldn't bet against them, would you? So yes, Sussex, as Toby says, go to Derbyshire. The men have their final Metro Bank One Day Cup match away at Warwickshire at Edgbaston tomorrow. Myself, Andrew Raeburn, this is my final, I think, day of commentary of the season. With the County Championship resuming, Adrian Harms will be on duty on the stream for those final 3 matches as Sussex look to secure their place in Division 1 for next season. Thank you to Toby Reynolds. Thank you very much for joining me this afternoon, or today.
Yeah, all of today, yeah.
All of today, not just this afternoon. And thank you to all of those who were watching. A tough watch sometimes if you're a Sussex Sharks fan, I know, as Middlesex women wrap up victory by 179 runs. So I also want to thank as well the people behind the scenes here at Sussex. Jack and Isaac with the stream and all the graphics, and Jamie as well, who's helped out a lot, the media manager. So well done to them. But yes, thank you for watching. For myself, Andrew Aben, and Jamie, Toby, sorry, it's bye for now.